Sleep matters. The particle that remembers. What if the smallest piece of matter in the universe could remember something that happened billions of years ago? Not a memory in the way humans remember faces or names, but a memory written in behavior, in reactions, in position, and how it moves when no one is watching. A subatomic echo that persists like a scar carved into space-time. You are standing in a quiet forest. The world around you is still. Nothing stirs. Yet, something about the silence feels personal, like the trees remember you, not as a person, but as an event, a pattern in probability, a ghost in trajectory. That is what it means to be the particle that remembers. In quantum mechanics, particles behave unpredictably until they are observed. They move like waves of possibility, scattered across time and space, until something collapses them into a fixed state. But there are experiments where particles seem to act based on decisions made after they should have already acted, like they are waiting, like they somehow knew what you would do before you did it. This is not a mistake in logic. It is a fracture in our understanding of time and cause. It is the memory that does not need a brain, a memory stored not in cells, but in fields, in uncertainty, in the very rules that govern existence. Take the double-slit experiment. Fire one electron at a barrier with two slits. If unobserved, it behaves like a wave, creating an interference pattern as if it passed through both slits. But the moment you place a detector, it acts like a particle and chooses a single path. Now remove the detector again, and it returns to its wave nature. It is as if the particle knows whether you are watching, but this goes deeper. In a variant called the delayed choice experiment, the decision to observe is made after the particle has already passed the slits, and yet the outcome changes based on that late decision. The particle reacts to something that has not happened yet. So what is happening here? Some physicists propose the particle is not acting in the present, but rather across time, as if it remembers a future event. Others suggest retrocausality, the idea that effects can travel backward to influence causes. But perhaps it is something stranger. Perhaps particles are not just affected by observation. Perhaps they are shaped by narrative. Not a human story, but a cosmic one, where memory is not stored in time, but in entanglement, where each particle carries the weight of every interaction it has ever been part of, like a scar that never fades, like a whisper it cannot forget. This changes how we see reality. Matter is not just passive, it is aware in a primitive way, not conscious but responsive, alive with potential and anchored in a kind of cosmic memory. Every particle you touch has collided with countless others. Every motion you make alters the delicate balance of entangled histories. You are not alone in your existence. You are embedded in a web of remembered motion, a trail of choices. Even if you forget, the particle does not. It remembers where it came from. It remembers what it once could have been. And that memory might be shaping what it becomes next. The light that refuses to travel. Have you ever wondered what light does when no one is looking? Not the light from your phone, or the sun, or a distant star, but light itself, the wave, the particle, the pulse of energy that moves through nothing and carries the universe's secrets. Now ask this. What if some light chooses not to move? Not because it lacks energy or a destination, but because its existence only makes sense when it stands still. This is not science fiction. This is the stillness at the speed of light. In our frame of reference, light moves at around 300,000 kilometers per second, fast enough to circle Earth more than 7 times in 1 second. But that is from our perspective. To light itself, time does not exist. This is not just poetic. It is a result of how time behaves at extreme speeds. As you approach the speed of light, time slows down. At the speed of light, time stops entirely. For a photon, the journey from the sun to your eye is instantaneous. From its point of view, it never travels at all. So light does not experience movement. It simply exists at 2 points at once, where it began and where it ends. That means there is no in-between, no passage, no duration. The light that brings you warmth today left a star millions of years ago. Yet from its perspective, it is just arriving. It never moved. It just transitioned. You, standing here now, are touching something that never had a moment to travel. It blinked into your world and vanished just as quickly. This challenges our sense of cause and effect. If light does not travel in time, then how does it carry information? If it never experiences distance, then how can it define space? The answer lies in how we measure. Our instruments, our logic, our sense of speed and distance all rely on the assumption that things move. But what if movement is just an illusion from a slower frame? What if light is a fixed thread through the fabric of time, and we only see motion because we are too slow to notice it is already there? There is another twist. Some theories in quantum field physics suggest that particles, including photons, do not truly move from place to place. Instead, they appear where they are most likely to be. They are excitations in a field, not objects tossed through space. In this view, the photon is not a traveler. It is a ripple in the possibility of light. So the light that refuses to travel may not be refusing anything. It may be reminding us that travel itself is a story we tell when we are stuck in time. The infinite mirror paradox. You stand between two mirrors facing each other. A corridor of reflections stretches behind you, shrinking into infinity. No matter how far you look, there is always another image, another version of you. Smaller, fainter, still watching, but none of them are real. They are copies of copies, echoes of light bouncing between surfaces. Now remove the mirrors. The paradox remains. The infinite mirror is not just a trick of optics. It is a metaphor for recursion. In physics, recursion happens when systems refer to themselves, feedback loops, repeating patterns. And in quantum mechanics, recursion is not a flaw. It is a feature. When particles interact with themselves or with systems that reflect their own behavior, reality begins to bend. Measurement changes the measured. Observation alters the observed. Reality feeds back into itself. This is clearest in quantum entanglement. Two particles become linked in such a way that measuring one instantly affects the other, no matter the distance. But what if the particles are not separate at all? What if they are two reflections of the same hidden reality, like mirror images that believe they are different? The paradox becomes deeper when the system observing the entanglement is also entangled with the particles, like a person trapped inside the corridor of mirrors, trying to find which version is real. In some interpretations of quantum mechanics, every possibility becomes real in a branching multiverse. Every decision you make splits the timeline into infinite versions. You go left, you go right. Both happen, but you only remember one. The others echo away like shrinking reflections. But are they really gone? Or are they just out of view, bouncing between invisible mirrors, waiting for your next choice to shine a light in their direction? In physics, we often treat infinity as a mathematical convenience, but the infinite mirror reminds us that repetition is not sterile. It is layered with meaning, with delay, with distortion. Each reflection is a little less you and a little more noise, and yet they all exist together, overlapping, whispering, wondering which one of them is the original. Maybe none are. Maybe the first version disappeared long ago, or maybe it never existed at all. The atom that escaped reality. There is an atom somewhere in the universe that does not belong, not because it is different or broken, but because it is unaccounted for. It exists in a place where probability said it should not. It moved without being touched. It arrived without a path. And it is not alone. Every so often, particles escape the logic of their environment. They appear on the wrong side of a barrier. They flicker out of containment. They cheat entropy. This is not error. This is quantum tunneling. In classical physics, objects cannot pass through solid barriers unless they are pushed with enough force. But at the atomic level, particles behave more like waves, and waves do not need to climb over a wall. They can seep through it. Quantum tunneling is this seepage. It is the act of a particle appearing on the other side of a barrier without having gone over or around it. It should not happen, but it does. And it is crucial to the functioning of stars, semiconductors, and even the chemistry in your cells. But tunneling raises a deeper question. If atoms can defy barriers, what else can they escape? Can they slip through the walls of logic, of time, of identity? When a particle tunnels, it does not leave a trace. It simply is no longer where it was, and now exists where it should not be. There is no trail, no warning. It is like it blinked out of one world and into another, and that world must now accept it, even if it makes no sense. The atom that escaped reality is not just a rebel, it is a reminder that rules are local, that certainty is fragile, that your reality, no matter how consistent it seems, may already be full of things that tunneled in from somewhere else, ideas, feelings, dreams that do not belong. They did not grow here. They appeared, whole, untouched, strange, but undeniable. The equation that breaks time. Think of a number. Now, square it. Add 1. Now imagine repeating that process forever. At some point, the number becomes so large, so chaotic, that it is impossible to predict. This is how time behaves when you apply certain equations to the universe. Smooth at first, then chaotic, then broken. The equation that breaks time does not destroy clocks. It destroys the meaning of a moment. In theoretical physics, there are equations that describe the entire universe. The Schrödinger equation, the Einstein field equations, the Wheeler-DeWitt equation. Some of these suggest that time is not a fundamental part of reality. It is emergent, like temperature. It only makes sense when you zoom out. At the deepest level, time may not even exist. But then, how do things change? The equation that breaks time suggests that change is not movement through time. It is reconfiguration of state, the universe rearranging its pieces in patterns that feel like time to observers trapped within it. Like frames in a film, each frame is static, but when played in sequence, it feels like motion. If you lived in a single frame, you would call it now, but now is an illusion. A slide in a cosmic projector. Some models show that time can flow backward, or sideways, or loop into itself. In those equations, entropy is not a rule, it is a suggestion, and the arrow of time bends. The past is no more fixed than the future. Both are interpretations, ways your mind makes sense of a pattern that never needed a beginning or an end. So if time is not real, then neither is delay, neither is regret. The future does not wait, it coexists. It leans against your present, folding it slightly, making you wonder why some moments stretch and others vanish. The equation that breaks time does not ask you to abandon clocks, it asks you to see them for what they are, rituals, not records. Memory is a choice, time is a pattern, and somewhere, outside the frames, the film is still, waiting to be watched. The void full of everything. What if the emptiest place in the universe was also the most alive? Not with stars or planets or any visible thing, but with potential, with unseen movement, with a kind of fullness that does not need form to exist. You are sitting in a silent room, no sound, no breeze, no presence, but you can feel something. Not a ghost or a thought, but a hum beneath the silence. That hum is what physicists call the quantum vacuum, a space that is supposed to be empty but contains more than you can ever see. In classical physics, a vacuum is nothing, a place where no particles exist, no matter, no sound, not even light. But when scientists zoom in using quantum field theory, the story changes. What looks like nothing begins to shift. Virtual particles flicker in and out of existence. Fields ripple with invisible waves. Energy moves through the silence without leaving a trace. This vacuum is not dead. It is seething. It is full of temporary particles that are born and vanish in less than a blink. This is not imagination. These fluctuations have been measured. They affect the behavior of atoms. They push tiny objects apart in what is known as the Casimir effect. Even the structure of space-time bends under their pressure. The void is not passive. It is an engine, one that powers the universe without ever revealing itself completely. It is like an artist who never shows their face, but paints the entire sky. The idea of a void full of everything can feel contradictory. But physics is built on paradox. What we think of as empty is actually layered with possibilities. Every particle, every force, every law of motion rises from the fields that permeate this vacuum. Even the Higgs field, which gives particles mass, exists everywhere. So in this view, matter is not something separate from the void. It is what happens when the void speaks. You are not separate either. Every atom in your body was once part of this unseen ocean of potential. You are built from the ripples of silence, from temporary vibrations that gained form. That learned to stay. The vacuum did not give you life in a dramatic explosion. It whispered you into being, and it is still whispering, all around you, inside you, a presence hidden in absence. The shadow with no source. Have you ever seen a shadow, but could not find what cast it? You look around. There is no figure, no object, just the darkness shaped like something should be there, but it is not. This is not just a trick of light. It is a truth in physics. Some forces behave like shadows with no visible cause. They leave marks, they change outcomes, but when you search for the source, it vanishes. One of the most haunting examples is dark matter. Astronomers notice that galaxies spin in a way that should tear them apart. Based on visible matter alone, there is not enough gravity to hold them together. Yet they remain whole. Something unseen is adding mass. Not glowing, not reflecting, just influencing. Like a hand on the universe's shoulder that never reveals its body. Another example lies in quantum entanglement. Two particles become linked. Measure one and the other reacts instantly. Even if they are galaxies apart, no signal travels between them. No force we understand connects them. It is as if one is the shadow of the other, not a copy, not a reflection, but a reaction without a visible cause, a source that hides behind reality. Then there is the behavior of black holes. They bend light so completely that nothing escapes, but they leave traces, Hawking radiation, warped space, ripples and gravitational waves. You never see what is inside. You only see what it does to everything around it, like a shadow shaped by an object you can never touch. Physics often deals with things we cannot see, fields, forces, dimensions. But the shadow with no source is different. It mocks our assumptions. It behaves like a question that cannot be answered directly. You know it is real because you can feel its pull, but you can never catch it, never point to it and say, there it is. Perhaps that is the point. Not every truth needs a face. Not every force needs a form. Some realities are felt through absence, through gaps in light, through movements that have no visible beginning. You live in a world filled with shadows, and not all of them are cast by something you can name. The observer that creates the event. What if the universe waits for you to look at it before deciding what it is? Not in a poetic sense, but literally. You are walking through a hallway. At the end is a door. Until you open it, you do not know what is on the other side. But in this version, what is behind the door is not just hidden. It does not exist yet. Not until you look. That is the mystery of quantum observation. In quantum physics, particles exist in a state of superposition. They are not here or there. They are both and neither. Their state is described by a wave of probabilities. But the moment you observe them, the wave collapses. The particle picks a place, a value, a direction. The act of measurement changes reality. The observer creates the event. This is not just a theory. It has been confirmed in countless experiments. Electrons, photons, atoms. Their behavior shifts the moment we try to measure it. Before we look, they are uncertain. After we look, they become real. This is not because our eyes are magical. It is because observation, in physics, involves interaction. And interaction changes the system. But the implications go deeper. If reality depends on observation, then what was the universe before observers existed? Was it undefined? Was it potential waiting to be noticed? Some interpretations suggest that consciousness is not needed. Any interaction can collapse the wave, a rock, a photon, a magnetic field. But others wonder if awareness plays a role. If the universe becomes more real, the more we know about it. This leads to another question. If observing something changes it, can we ever know what it truly is? Or are we always looking at our own influence? Like a reflection that adjusts the moment you notice it, the observer that creates the event is not just outside the system. They are part of it, entangled, inseparable. So what are you creating right now, just by paying attention? What events are forming under your gaze? Reality is not fixed. It is responsive. Not a book being read, but a story that writes itself as you turn the page. The clock that runs backward. You are holding a clock in your hand. Its hands tick forward, like always. But then, for a moment, they pause and begin to tick in reverse. Time unspools. Your last breath returns to your lungs. Your footsteps walk back to the place you began. You do not remember this happening. But the universe does not need your memory, only its rules. And some of those rules allow the clock to run backward. In physics, most fundamental equations are time-symmetric. This means they do not care whether time flows forward or in reverse. The math works the same. Whether particles move into the future or the past, the equations stay true. This symmetry suggests that the direction of time is not built into the universe. It is something we assign, a convention born from experience, not necessity. So why do we feel time moving forward? Because of entropy. The second law of thermodynamics says that systems tend to move toward disorder. A glass shatters but never reassembles. A candle burns down but never regrows. This increase in entropy gives time an arrow, a direction. But entropy is not a force, it is a tendency. And tendencies can be broken. There are quantum systems where entropy decreases, where order rises from randomness, where time appears to flow backward. These are rare, small, and hard to sustain, but they are real. The universe allows moments of reversal, even if they fade quickly, even if they cannot be sustained in large systems like ours. So, the clock that runs backward is not broken. It is revealing something. That time is not a river flowing one way. It is a landscape. And you are a traveler who usually walks in one direction. But the path is open both ways. You just forgot how to see it. Maybe in some corner of reality, there's a version of you walking backward through your memories. Not undoing them, just experiencing them from the other side. The clock ticks both ways. And somewhere, both versions of you exist at once. The universe, in a teacup. You are looking at a small teacup sitting on a table. It is plain, still, fragile. But what if everything that exists is also inside that teacup? Not symbolically, but truly. What if the entire universe is reflected in its shape, its molecules, its heat, its emptiness? This is not mysticism, this is physics. And it begins with a concept called holography. The holographic principle suggests that all the information in a volume of space can be described by a surface that surrounds it, like a three-dimensional world projected from a two-dimensional boundary. This idea comes from black hole thermodynamics. When matter falls into a black hole, its information is not lost inside. It is stored on the event horizon, the surface, the skin, the edge. Extend that to the universe. What if everything we experience is encoded on a distant boundary? What if the world you live in is a projection? And what if the smallest things, like a teacup, carry echoes of that projection, not as symbols, but as structure. The atoms in the cup obey the same rules that shape galaxies. The energy in its warmth dances with the same patterns that built stars. This is more than metaphor. Scale invariance in physics means that some patterns repeat at different levels: fractals, symmetries, self-similarity. The same equations can describe both the spiral of a hurricane and the swirl in your coffee. The teacup is not separate from the universe. It is an expression of it, a local configuration of universal laws. So when you hold that teacup, you are not holding an object. You are holding a relationship, a moment, a structure that could not exist unless the entire universe allowed it. The cup is possible only because everything else is the way it is. In that sense, the universe is inside the cup, folded, encoded, reflected. The boundary of nothingness. Stand at the edge of a cliff and look down. You see land, then air, then sky. But what if you could reach the edge of reality itself? Not a physical border, but the edge of what can be known, what can be measured, what can be real. That is the boundary of nothingness, a place where concepts begin to dissolve. In physics, boundaries often define systems: the edge of a black hole, the limits of a particle field, the edge of the observable universe. But beyond each of these is not more reality. It is the absence of it, not empty space, not darkness, just undefined, a blank in the equation, not a zero, but a silence. This silence matters, because every theory in physics breaks at some point. General relativity breaks at singularities. Quantum mechanics breaks when gravity becomes strong. And when they both break together, we find the edge, a place where neither rulebook works, where the math collapses, where nothing makes sense, not because it is hidden, but because it is no longer coherent. This is not a flaw, it is a truth. There must be places where reality folds back on itself, where measurement ends, where language fades. And those places are not far. They are inside black holes, inside the early universe, even inside particles when you look too closely. So the boundary of nothingness is not a place you can travel to. It is a place you discover when you ask too much, when your questions reach beyond what reality is structured to answer. But even then, it gives you something, a reflection, a hint, a whisper that says, "Here, there is no more map, only mystery." And sometimes that mystery is the clearest truth you will ever see. The silence between vibrations. What lives between the notes of a song? Not the sound, but the space, the stillness that lets the music breathe. You never hear it directly, yet without it, everything collapses into noise. Now extend this idea to everything in the universe, every atom, every force, every field. At the smallest level, everything is in motion. Tiny vibrations, trembling in invisible loops. But between those trembles lies something deeper. Not absence, but silence. A silence that shapes the rhythm of existence. In string theory, the most basic particles are not points, but tiny vibrating strings. Their frequency determines whether they appear as electrons or quarks or photons. Matter itself is music, but no string can vibrate in isolation. Between one vibration and the next is a pause, a gap. This is not just an empty interval, it is the container of possibility. The silence between vibrations is where reality chooses what comes next. This silence is not the same as stillness. Stillness is the absence of movement. Silence is the space where movement becomes meaningful. Without silence, all motion blurs. Without pause, no frequency exists. The laws of physics are built on change, but change only matters when it happens against a backdrop of constancy. The silence between vibrations is that backdrop. In quantum mechanics, there is something called zero-point energy. Even in absolute zero temperature, where all thermal motion should stop, particles still jitter. They cannot be completely still. But between these jitters is a rhythm, and rhythm needs silence. This suggests that even the vacuum, the lowest energy state, has structure. It is not empty. It hums with pauses. Silence is not a flaw in the system. It is the breath of the system. The universe does not shout its existence all at once. It speaks in pulses, in waves, in fluctuations, and each fluctuation is carved from silence. When you listen carefully to the world, you begin to hear this pattern, not in the loud events, but in the spaces between them. The moments when everything holds still just long enough to begin again. The silence between vibrations is where identity is decided, where the next shape of a wave is born. Without it, matter would not know when to form. Energy would not know when to shift. Your body, your thoughts, your breath, all rely on these pauses. You are built from vibration, but you are defined by silence. The gravity of a thought. Can a single thought have weight? Not metaphorical weight, but real influence on the fabric of the universe. You are walking through a room filled with still air. Then you have a thought. You do not speak. You do not move, but somehow the air shifts, the balance changes. Something subtle pulls at the world. This is not imagination. This is the gravity of a thought. In physics, gravity is caused by mass bending space. But in general relativity, it is not mass alone. It is energy. It is momentum. Even pressure can cause curvature. And thought is not nothing. It is the coordinated motion of particles, electrical impulses in neurons, quantum behavior in synapses. Thought is structured energy, energy that moves with purpose. That leaves traceable effects. Now consider this. In the early universe, fluctuations in quantum fields caused tiny imbalances. Those imbalances grew into galaxies, into stars, into everything. A thought, in that sense, is a fluctuation, a small ripple in the field of awareness. And if amplified, it can shift the course of events. Just like gravity bends light, a persistent thought can bend behavior, can steer decisions, can reshape identity. This is not mysticism. It is coherence. When many particles move in sync, they create new patterns. Thought is the most refined pattern in nature, the most organized motion. And in some interpretations of quantum theory, observation collapses potential into reality. Your awareness changes the outcome. Thought becomes an action without movement. In quantum gravity models, space-time itself might be emergent. It might come from the entanglement of information. If this is true, then your thoughts are not occurring inside space. They are shaping it. The structure of your mind adds to the structure of the cosmos, not by force, but by pattern. So the gravity of a thought is not measured in kilograms. It is measured in change, in alignment, in how one quiet moment in your mind can alter the unfolding of a day, or a life, or an entire world. Thought is the gravity of the inner world, and sometimes it pulls harder than planets. The dimension you already visited. What if you had already stepped into another dimension but forgot, not because it was a dream or because of memory loss, but because the experience was so different that it could not be translated into words? You are sitting in your room, and for a brief second, everything looks wrong. The angles are off, the shadows bend, and then it passes, like waking from sleep. That could be the memory of a visit to a hidden dimension. In modern physics, dimensions are not just science fiction. String theory proposes that our universe may have more than the 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time. There could be 6 or 7 additional spatial dimensions curled up at every point in space. You cannot see them, but they shape the way particles move. They determine the properties of everything you touch. These extra dimensions are not imaginary. They are tightly folded, like paper crumpled into a ball. A line drawn on the crumpled paper still exists, but from far away, it looks like a point. This is how higher dimensions hide from your senses, but not from your body, your atoms, your forces, your very mass, come from how you interact with these hidden directions. Now consider this. If dimensions are part of reality, then interacting with them might be common. You just do not notice, like a fish does not notice water, or like a dream that vanishes the moment you wake. Your brain is built for 4 dimensions, but sometimes it glitches. It sees sideways. It remembers a shape that does not fit. In mathematics, there are ways to rotate objects in 4 or 5 dimensions. These rotations are impossible in our space, but if you could feel them, even for a second, your sense of self would shift. You would see your life from a new angle, not metaphorically, geometrically. You might realize that all the choices you feared had already been made, that the path you took is one branch of many, and that some part of you has already walked the others. The dimension you already visited is not far. It is right here, beneath your skin, around your breath, curled inside the empty space between atoms. You do not need to go anywhere. You only need to notice what is already touching you. The force without a cause. Every time something moves, you expect a reason, a push, a pull, a force from somewhere. But what if something moved without a cause? What if the world shifted not because of what came before, but because it simply could not stay still? You are watching a leaf fall from a tree. There is no wind, no sound, and yet it drifts, gently, as if guided by nothing. In quantum physics, particles do not need a force to move. They have inherent uncertainty. They jitter, they spread. Even when untouched, they explore space. This is called quantum fluctuation, a motion that arises from the vacuum itself, not from pressure or impact, from the structure of reality. One of the strangest forces in the universe is the Casimir effect. Place 2 metal plates very close together in a vacuum. Nothing is between them. No air, no light. Yet they move. They attract. Not because of gravity or electromagnetism, but because of the restricted quantum fields between them. The plates are pushed together by nothing, a force without a cause. This happens because the vacuum is not empty. It is a field of possibility. Some vibrations are allowed, others are not. The plates limit the allowed modes. This imbalance creates pressure from silence, from emptiness, from rules written into the structure of space itself. This kind of motion breaks your expectation. It says that not all effects need a trigger. Some forces come from conditions, from boundary constraints, from the way reality is shaped, not from an external hand. This reshapes your view of control, of purpose. Not everything that moves is being moved. Some things unfold because they must, because their state cannot be static. The force without a cause is not a mystery. It is a message. That change is not always reaction. That the universe dances not because it is pushed, but because it is music. The dream hidden in Quanta. There is a dream that does not fade when you wake up. You do not remember it, but it remembers you. It is written in the behavior of particles, in the gaps between measurement and outcome. You are sitting at a table watching dust float in the sunlight. Each speck dances without pattern, but somewhere in the randomness there is a shape, a memory, a dream you never had. Quantum mechanics is built on uncertainty. A particle does not have a definite position until it is measured. Until then, it exists in a cloud of probabilities. It is both here and there, and also neither. This is called a superposition. But what decides the outcome when you look? Where does the possibility go? Some interpretations suggest that all outcomes happen, that each possibility splits the world. In one version, the particle goes left. In another, it goes right. You only experience one, but the others continue. You just do not follow them. They are dreams running parallel to your life, dreams made of quanta. These are not fantasies. They are physical. The multiverse is not just a story. It is a structure. Each branch is as real as yours, but invisible, inaccessible, yet sometimes you feel them. A sense of déjà vu, a moment that feels repeated, a choice that feels already made. These could be echoes, interference patterns between dreams. Even if you do not believe in multiple worlds, quantum systems behave as if they carry memories. A particle that interacts with others can hold a trace of that history, a hidden layer, like a dream remembered by the body, not the mind. Quantum coherence is fragile. It breaks easily. But while it lasts, it is powerful. It holds the entire system in a state of unrealized possibility. The dream hidden in Quanta is not fiction. It is the ground state of existence, the place where outcomes are born, where reality hesitates, where the story has not been written yet. And in that hesitation is the space to imagine, to reshape, to awaken in a different version of yourself. You are not separate from that dream. You are part of it. You walk through its probabilities with every step. And sometimes, when you stop trying to control, when you just observe, the dream flows through you again, softly, unseen, but always listening. The mass that refuses to exist. What if the objects you touch, the ground you stand on, and even your own body are made of something that does not want to exist? Something that is only pretending to be solid. A type of illusion held together by fragile laws. Mass, as you know it, is a property. It gives weight, resistance, and inertia. But underneath, mass is not something particles always have. It is something they acquire, and some particles resist even that. In the early days of the universe, just after the Big Bang, particles had no mass. They moved at the speed of light, unable to slow down, unable to clump together. The universe was a blur of motion without form. Then came the Higgs field. A strange invisible energy stretched across the cosmos. As particles moved through it, some interacted with it more strongly than others. That interaction gave them mass. Not because they absorbed something, but because resistance slowed them. Like trying to walk through water. The stronger the interaction, the heavier the particle became. But some particles refuse this gift. The photon, for example, does not gain mass from the Higgs field. It travels through space untouched by resistance. Pure energy. Eternal motion. It has no rest, no heaviness. It is what the universe was before form existed. The photon is not alone. Neutrinos, once thought to be massless, only have a whisper of mass, and even that may not be inherent. It could be borrowed, temporary, a trick of quantum fields. So what does it mean to have mass that does not want to exist? It means that mass is not a fundamental property. It is a reaction, a relationship. You are not heavy because of what you are. You are heavy because of how your particles respond to the field they move through. If that field vanished, your body would dissolve into weightless energy. This also means that what you call matter is fragile. It relies on a field that could shift, a rule that could fail. The universe has chosen to hold itself together, but it did not have to. The particles that make you real are only pretending to be still. Deep down, they remember the freedom of moving without mass, and that memory shapes everything. The fabric that wrinkles itself. You wake up one morning and feel that the floor beneath you is not quite flat, not because of a design, but because something deeper has changed. The world has bent slightly, tilted without cause. Not from a quake or a push, just a wrinkle in the structure of space itself. That is how the universe moves, not by force, but by folds. Space-time is not a backdrop. It is not the empty canvas on which events are painted. It is the event. It bends. It stretches. It ripples like a sheet in the wind. This is not a metaphor. Einstein's theory of general relativity tells us that mass and energy bend space-time, and that bend tells objects how to move. Planets orbit stars not because they are being pulled, but because the space around the star is curved. But sometimes, space-time wrinkles on its own, not in response to mass, but due to instability. During the rapid expansion of the early universe, called inflation, space itself stretched faster than the speed of light. This did not move things through space, it made space itself expand. During that time, tiny quantum fluctuations were stretched and became permanent wrinkles. These wrinkles are now the seeds of galaxies, of stars, of you. The universe does not need external reasons to change shape. It folds within itself. It creates complexity from smoothness. Even today, gravitational waves ripples in spacetime move across the cosmos from the collisions of black holes. These waves stretch and squeeze reality as they pass. You do not feel them. They are too small. But they are there. The universe is never still. You often think of space as silent, still, cold, but that is only the surface. Beneath it is motion, shifting, a slow dance of geometry that changes everything it touches. The path you walk today was not the same yesterday. Not in the deepest sense. The world moves without moving. It wrinkles, and from those wrinkles come time, gravity, and the possibility of change. The energy loop that never ends. You flick on a switch, a light glows, energy flows. But where did it come from, and where does it go? You are told that energy moves from one place to another, always conserved. But what if energy does not just move? What if it loops? What if some energy does not travel in a straight line but circles forever? In physics, conservation of energy is sacred. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. But there are systems where energy seems to renew itself endlessly, not in violation of the rules, but by exploiting them. Quantum fields allow for constant fluctuation. Energy appears and disappears, always balanced, always zero in the end. But during that brief existence, things can happen. Interactions, entanglements, choices. The energy that loops is not free energy. It is not a source to be tapped endlessly. It is potential, folded in on itself, like a whirlpool in a river. The water does not come from nowhere, but it stays in motion, feeding itself. In certain theoretical systems, particles can circulate in closed loops. Their effects stretch into the world, even though they never leave the circle. These loops are the basis for Feynman diagrams, which describe how particles interact in quantum space. There are also theories of eternal recurrence, that the universe may expand, collapse, and restart. A cosmic loop of time and energy, not exactly repeating, but cycling. Like a song played on a slightly broken record, always similar, never the same. Inside your own body, energy loops too. ATP in cells recycles to fuel movement. Neurons fire and reset. The sun's energy moves through plants, through food, through you. And in each step, part of it circles back. Energy is not a journey. It is a rhythm, a loop that never truly ends. The collapse that starts creation. You watch a star fall inward, a great weight collapsing into darkness. It feels like an end. But what if it is a beginning? What if the collapse is not destruction but transformation? In physics, endings are often starts in disguise. When a wave function collapses in quantum mechanics, all the possibilities of a particle reduce to one outcome. That collapse is not the end of the wave. It is the birth of form. Before measurement, the particle was many things. Afterward, it becomes one. This is not loss, it is focus. A narrowing that creates clarity. In the heart of a collapsing star, gravity becomes unstoppable. The core crushes into a singularity, an object of infinite density. Space and time distort, but around it forms an event horizon, a boundary where nothing can return. Black holes are often seen as devourers, but they are also the source of powerful jets. They feed galaxies. They shape time itself. The collapse does not stop motion. It redirects it. Some models suggest that inside a black hole, a new universe could be born, that our own Big Bang might have been the rebound from a collapse in another dimension. That creation is not a spark from nothing, but a fold in something older. Even in your own life, creation follows collapse. The moment before a thought is a kind of falling inward, a letting go of noise, a narrowing. Only then does the idea emerge. Every breath you take requires the collapse of your lungs, followed by their expansion. Collapse is not failure. It is a gateway, a secret door through which newness enters. The spin that cannot stop. Close your eyes and try to feel the world spin. Not the earth beneath your feet, but the spin at the heart of everything. The particles that make up your body are all spinning. Not in space, but in a property called intrinsic spin. It cannot be turned off. It is not caused by motion. It is motion itself. Spin in quantum mechanics is strange. It is not rotation in the usual sense. It does not involve something turning around an axis. It is an internal property, like charge or mass. But it behaves like angular momentum. It creates magnetic fields. It affects how particles behave when measured. And it never stops. Electrons spin, protons spin, neutrons spin. Even if you cool them to near absolute zero, the spin remains. It is not a choice. It is what they are. You cannot isolate a particle from its spin. You cannot remove it or reduce it. If you try to observe it, you collapse its state. But the spin itself persists. This endless spin gives rise to structure. It determines how particles bond, how atoms form, how matter organizes. Without spin, the universe would be flat, featureless, lifeless. Spin brings complexity. In deeper theories, spin may even create space itself. Some models suggest that space-time emerges from the entanglement of spinning particles, that the twist in the field creates direction. That geometry is born from motion that never began and never ends. So the spin that cannot stop is not a defect. It is the seed of form, the rhythm of identity. You are not still, not ever. At your smallest level, you are always turning, always becoming. The field made of whispers. You step into a quiet room. The air feels different, thicker, not with sound, but with presence, as if something is speaking without voice, whispering without breath. This is not imagination. This is what a field feels like. In physics, a field is not an object. It is a value assigned to every point in space. A temperature field tells you how hot each place is. An electric field tells you which direction a charge would move. Fields are the most fundamental way of describing reality. Every particle is a ripple in a field. The photon is a ripple in the electromagnetic field. The electron is a ripple in the electron field. You are made of ripples. But fields are not loud. They do not crash or shout. They hum. They whisper. Their influence is soft but persistent. You do not feel the Higgs field, but it gives you mass. You do not see the gravitational field, but it holds you to the earth. These fields are everywhere. You are never outside of them. Quantum field theory says that even the vacuum is full of fields, always active, always ready to ripple. These whispers of possibility create particles, events, existence. They speak not in words, but in potential, in tiny excitations, in alignment and interference. The field made of whispers is not one field. It is all of them, overlapping, interacting, weaving reality from silence. When you move through space, you are brushing through invisible currents. When you speak, when you think, when you exist, you are shaping those fields slightly, adding your ripple to the song. You are not separate from the field. You are not just listening. You are one of the whispers. The motion standing still. What if something could move faster than your thoughts, but appear as if it never moved at all? What if a dance so fast made the dancer look like a statue? There is something haunting in that idea. That motion, when stretched beyond comprehension, might become indistinguishable from stillness. You walk past a humming ceiling fan, and for a second, in just the right light, the blades look frozen. Yet the wind on your face tells you otherwise. You are not hallucinating. You are seeing the paradox of motion, standing still. It begins in silence, a single object in space with no reference, no backdrop. Is it moving or resting? If you float in darkness and see nothing but yourself, Would you ever know if you're drifting or still? Motion needs comparison. But what if everything around you moves at exactly the same speed and direction? Then, stillness becomes just another illusion. One of the earliest thinkers, Zeno, played with this idea. He described an arrow in flight. At any instant, he said, the arrow occupies a single point. In that moment, it is at rest. So if every moment is a point of rest, how does the arrow move? Where is the motion in all these still frames? You lie in bed and your eyes fixate on the ceiling. The fan spins slowly. It is night. You drift into a thought. The fan begins to speed up. You blink, and suddenly the blades vanish into a blur. You stare harder. Then something strange happens. At the peak of its speed, the fan seems to stop. Your brain cannot trace the movement anymore. You see blades frozen midair, as if the world pressed pause, but your skin still feels the wind. There is a phenomenon called the wagon wheel effect. Have you ever seen a spinning wheel in a movie that looks like it is turning backward or frozen completely? That is not magic. That is your brain trying to keep up with frames in motion. The camera captures the wheel at certain intervals, and depending on the speed, it can make forward motion look like backward motion. The wheel is spinning, but your eyes say it is still. Reality does not lie, but your perception often does. Quantum mechanics adds another layer. Particles move and vibrate with unimaginable speed, but we describe them with static snapshots, probabilities, frozen moments in time. A particle might be moving, but until you measure it, you are unsure. You pin it down, and you have a stillness. But the instant you observe stillness, the motion fades. Observation becomes a freeze frame. What you call a result is merely an arrested dance. The world is never truly at rest. At the atomic level, even objects that appear still are buzzing with activity. The atoms in your chair vibrate endlessly. The electrons whirl around nuclei, yet you feel no movement. The motion is too small, too fast, too uniform. Stillness is not the absence of motion, it is motion beyond recognition. Even time itself can play tricks. Imagine standing on a train platform. Another train begins to move beside you. At first you are unsure. Is your train moving or is it the other one? For a moment both seem to stand still, then lurch into motion. In space, astronauts lose all sense of stillness because everything floats. You spin gently, not knowing if it is you or the ship. Stillness becomes relative. The universe does not have a resting place. There are stories of monks who could sit so still that birds nested on their shoulders. They practiced motionless meditation for hours, but inside their minds thoughts surged, emotions stirred. Silence was filled with waves, and sometimes even those waves calmed into a perfect still lake, but it was not true stillness, just quieter movement, slower ripples. Now picture a dancer spinning so fast on a dark stage that your eyes blur. But with each turn, she hits the same point, aligns the same pose. You blink. You feel the air push against your skin, but all you see is the same shape again and again. The faster she spins, the more your brain stitches the motion into stillness. She becomes a statue made of speed, a living illusion. The universe, in its deepest form, is a blur of vibrations. From galaxies to electrons, everything moves. Yet we are fooled by scale and perception. We think mountains are still because they do not walk. We believe buildings are motionless because they do not sway. But they shift with wind. They sink slowly into the earth. They expand with heat. And inside, their atoms dance forever. So the next time you sit in silence and think the world is still, remember this. Stillness is just motion disguised in patience. It is the rhythm you can no longer hear, the wave you can no longer track. It is the arrow mid-flight, frozen by thought. And maybe, just maybe, the universe is always spinning. You are just standing still with it. The parallel that crossed over. Have you ever felt like something slipped? Not time, not space, but reality itself. You walk into a room, and it feels just a little different. The chair has always been there, but now it has turned slightly. The light seems warmer. A book lies where you do not remember leaving it. Nothing is clearly wrong, but something has crossed over. And you feel it deep in your chest, like a soft pressure of déjà vu that will not let go. In physics, a parallel world is not science fiction. It is a serious possibility. Some theories suggest that every decision branches reality into another version. A version where you turned left instead of right, where you stayed quiet instead of shouting, where you never met someone who changed your life. These realities are not far away. They exist next to you, layered like pages in a book. The ink slightly bleeds across them. The parallel that crossed over might not announce itself with thunder. It might just be a soft knock. There are stories of people who remember events that never happened. A woman recalls visiting a place as a child that her parents insist never existed. A man remembers a song that no one else can find. A collective memory exists of things slightly off, like a logo that was different, or a famous quote that changed. It is called the Mandela effect, and some believe these are the fingerprints of a parallel brushing against ours. Science fiction shows it as a portal, a crack in the mirror. But what if crossing over needs no doorway? What if the boundaries between these worlds are so thin that emotion, thought, or fear can slip through? You cry over someone you never met. You miss a moment you never lived. You know something before it happens. Maybe that is the echo of another you, walking a nearby path. In quantum physics, the concept of superposition allows particles to exist in multiple states until observed. They are both here and there, spinning and still, alive and not. If a particle can be in more than one state, why not a moment? Why not a life? The idea of quantum branching suggests that the universe constantly forks into new versions. But sometimes, just sometimes, a piece might not fully belong to its new branch. It drifts, it remembers, it bleeds over. A parallel that crossed over may not scream. It may whisper, in your habits, in your thoughts, in your dreams. You wake up and for a second, you are not in your bed. You are somewhere familiar, but different. The air smells wrong. The light is colder. You blink, and everything resets. You call it a dream, but your mind hesitates. Was it? The world is not as firm as it appears. Memory is fragile. Time is fluid. Even space can warp. The idea that we move through a single timeline might be a comfort more than a fact. If paths cross and realities bend, then somewhere, another version of you walks a life you almost chose. And sometimes, that version leaks through. A choice made long ago might still ripple into today. Not through action, but through presence. The next time you feel like something is off, stop and breathe. Maybe it is not wrong. Maybe it is different. A different version, a shadow of another outcome, a parallel that visited for a moment, a reflection from a mirror that no longer holds. And maybe, just maybe, it left something behind. The vacuum that breathes. What if I told you there is a place that appears completely empty, yet it whispers with invisible motion? Not a sound, not a light, not even a speck of dust moves through it, but something deeper stirs. You stand in a sealed chamber, floating, untouched by gravity, untouched by time. No noise, no flicker, only silence. But that silence does not feel like nothing. It feels alive. You feel like you are not alone in this void. You feel watched, or maybe you feel like the space itself is breathing. In physics, a vacuum is often defined as a space entirely devoid of matter, a pure emptiness, a blank canvas where nothing exists. But the deeper we stare into that canvas, the less blank it becomes. Even in the emptiest vacuum we can create, there is still energy. There are still fluctuations. At a quantum level, space is never still. Particles and antiparticles pop in and out of existence in what we call quantum foam. They are not real in the classical sense, yet they are not nothing either. Now think about this. If space itself cannot truly be empty, if even a perfect vacuum is constantly trembling with invisible potential, then what is it that gives it this pulse? This is what we mean when we say the vacuum breathes. It breathes in the rise and fall of virtual particles, in the silent dance of quantum fields. We used to think nothing could come from nothing, but this vacuum shows us the opposite. Out of nothing, bursts of energy form and vanish. Matter flickers in and out of our universe. The emptiness is not dead. It is the birthplace of everything. Take a moment and ask yourself, if the emptiness between stars is never truly silent, then what is silence made of? The space between your fingers right now is filled with these tiny movements. The space between your thoughts might feel empty, but maybe it too vibrates with something beyond your awareness. The vacuum that breathes does not shout its presence. It does not glow or spin or crash. It hums with secrets. It is still, but not quiet. You might think a vacuum is absence, but it is more like a waiting room for existence itself. That breath is not air. It is potential. The next time you sit in silence and you think you are surrounded by nothing, remember that even the nothing is whispering possibilities. The ghost in the photon. Have you ever stared at a beam of light and wondered what it carries beyond just brightness? Not just energy, not just warmth, but something deeper. You look at a sunbeam touching your hand and feel like it knows more than it should. It feels like it brings with it a memory. Not a memory of your own, but of something watching you back. There is something inside that light. Something that behaves like it knows it is being watched. Like a ghost inside a photon. In quantum physics, light is made of photons, tiny particles that also behave like waves. But what is strange is how they seem to change based on whether we are looking. In an experiment known as the double slit, a single photon can pass through two slits at the same time, like a wave. But the moment we try to observe which slit it passes through, it behaves like a particle. One photon, one slit, one path. It is as if the photon knows it is being watched. This is the ghost. It is not a ghost in the traditional sense. No chains, no faces, no whispers in the dark. But it is a presence that does not act until we look. A hidden choice, a secret path, a decision that only exists when someone is there to see it. Why would a particle of light behave differently just because someone observes it? Why would it act as if your attention rewrites its story? And if that is true for light, the thing that lets us see, then how much of the world is shaped by our act of observing? The ghost in the photon is not haunting you. It is haunting the idea that reality is fixed, that the world exists the same whether or not we are looking. But this ghost suggests the opposite. That reality, in some strange way, is waiting for you. Waiting for your eyes. Waiting for your questions. Waiting to decide how to behave once you show up. So next time sunlight falls across your face, or a neon sign flickers in the rain, look closely. Not at the brightness, but at the idea that something inside that light may be choosing what to be, simply because you are there to see it. The sound of an empty atom. Close your eyes. Think about silence again. Not the silence of a room, not the quiet of midnight, but the kind of silence that sits inside matter itself, the kind inside a stone, inside your bones. Inside the atoms that make everything you touch, you zoom inward in your mind, deeper and deeper, until you find yourself staring at an atom, a proton in the center, a cloud of electrons dancing somewhere nearby. But between them, nothing, just space. And that space feels so silent it begins to echo. An atom is more than 99% empty space. The distance between the nucleus and the outer electrons is vast compared to the size of the particles themselves. It is like a fly buzzing in the middle of a cathedral, and yet this emptiness is not empty in the ordinary sense. It hums, it resists, it holds shape, The atom is not silent because it does not speak. It is silent because its sound is not what we think sound should be. But what if that space inside the atom does make a sound, just not a sound we can hear? Every vibration, every movement of electrons, every shift in energy level creates a kind of resonance. These are not sound waves in the air. These are quantum vibrations, patterns, frequencies that pulse in silence. They do not travel like a voice, but they ripple through fields we do not yet understand. You could say the sound of an empty atom is the sound of being, not of matter colliding, but of structure holding. It is a quiet so intense it becomes its own kind of music, not for your ears, but for your mind. Even silence has shape. Even nothing has rhythm. The empty atom does not scream. It does not whisper. But if you could tune into its language, you might hear the architecture of existence itself. So next time you feel like you are surrounded by noise, or even surrounded by emptiness, remember the truth might be somewhere in between. The atom is not silent. It is just singing in a language we forgot how to hear. The push without touch. Think of a moment when you felt something move, but no one touched it. A curtain stirs, yet there is no breeze. A swing rocks slowly, though no hand guides it. Now think of forces you feel every day that never touch you. Gravity, magnetism. You stand on Earth not because something is holding you down, but because something is pulling from within. It is a push without a hand, a touch without a finger. In physics, forces can act across distances. This is not magic. It is field theory. Objects create invisible fields that stretch across space and influence others. You drop a ball, and it falls, not because the ground reached up to grab it, but because Earth's mass told space how to curve, and that curve told the ball how to move. But think deeper. You never really touch anything. Even when you press your finger against a wall, the atoms in your skin are repelled by the atoms in the wall. What you feel as touch is the resistance of electrons pushing back. It is a force, not a contact. You have never truly touched another human being. You have only danced on the edge of forces between particles. The push without touch is everywhere. Light pushes on solar sails in space. A magnet lifts a piece of metal without contact. The entire structure of your body, your muscles, your bones, your heartbeat, is driven by forces that operate without ever reaching out with fingers. They act through presence, through fields, through invisible conversations between matter and space. And maybe the same is true for emotions, love, hate, memory, fear. You do not need to be in the same room as someone to feel these things. Maybe even thoughts have fields. Maybe your presence leaves traces that reach out and nudge someone else's life without ever making contact. The universe is built not on collisions, but on interactions. Not on hits, but on influence. And influence needs no touch. It only needs connection. So the next time you move through the world, feel the air press against your skin. Feel your heart pull towards someone. Remember, the most powerful forces never touch you, but they shape everything you are. The wall that leaks reality. You stand in a room where everything feels stable. The walls do not move. The ceiling does not bend. You touch the floor and feel its firmness. Everything feels real. But what if one wall was different? Not because it looked different, but because of something you cannot see. You press your palm against it, and for a second, you feel something cold pass through your skin. Not air, not water, not heat. Something else, something like a thought. You pull your hand away and stare. The wall is still there, solid, normal. But deep down, something tells you that wall is leaking. We often assume reality is a sealed room, that there is a clear line between what is real and what is not, between here and there, between now and then. But what if those lines are not solid? What if one wall in your life allows things from the other side to seep through? In physics, We know that particles can tunnel through barriers they are not supposed to. This is called quantum tunneling. A particle can appear on the other side of a wall without having crossed it in the way we understand movement. The barrier was not broken. It was simply ignored. As if the particle knew of a route that bypasses what we believe to be solid. Now apply that idea to your perception. What if your reality has walls that are not as strong as they seem? Maybe certain dreams leak into your waking mind. Maybe certain memories drift into moments they were not meant to visit. You might have felt it before, a sudden rush of déjà vu, a voice you thought you heard but cannot find, a flicker in the corner of your eye where nothing should be. These are not glitches. These are leaks. We imagine the mind as a container, holding thoughts in place, but like a flawed dam, it can crack, and when it cracks, reality spills through. Emotions from the past pour into present decisions. Thoughts from parallel possibilities visit you in moments of silence. You do not know where they come from, but you feel them. They feel just as real as the room you sit in. And if reality can leak into your thoughts, maybe your thoughts can leak into reality. Maybe the decisions you do not make still echo. Maybe the paths you did not choose still whisper in the dark. The wall between what is and what could have been is not solid. It is porous. It lets things through. The wall that leaks reality is not in your house. It is in your perception, in your understanding, in your sense of what is true. And the more you notice the leak, the more you begin to see that truth is not a perfect structure. It is a room with a wall that breathes. And if you stand still enough, you can hear the trickle of what lies on the other side. The frame that breaks itself. You look at a photograph, a beautiful moment frozen in time. The people in it are smiling. The sky behind them is clear. The moment feels perfect. But as you look closer, you notice something. The frame is cracked, not from the outside, from the inside. As if the photograph itself had too much to contain. As if the memory was trying to escape. We place frames around everything, not just pictures, but also thoughts, memories, identities. We define beginnings and endings. We build structures in the mind to hold our beliefs together. But sometimes what is inside is too strong, too wild, too real. The frame begins to bend. Then it breaks. Think about your mind. It frames everything. Time is one frame. Space is another. Identity is a big one. You tell yourself a story about who you are, where you come from, what you are supposed to do. These are your frames. But every now and then, something happens. A memory you had buried resurfaces. A question you cannot answer keeps repeating. A dream that does not fit your plan becomes too loud to ignore. These are not mistakes. These are signs. The frame is breaking. In physics, when a system becomes unstable, it rearranges itself. It undergoes a phase shift, like water turning to steam. It does not break apart, it transforms. But in the process, the old container becomes irrelevant. The frame no longer fits. Now think about your life. How many frames have you outgrown? How many labels no longer fit you? You are told to define yourself. But maybe you were never meant to be defined. Maybe your truest self is too fluid, too shifting, too alive to be trapped in a single frame. When the frame breaks, it is painful. You feel like something is falling apart. But what is really happening is growth. The structure you built for comfort is no longer enough. Your thoughts are bigger now. Your questions are sharper. You are ready for more. The frame that breaks itself does not do it out of weakness. It does it because truth refuses to be held still. Reality is not a still image. It is a film, moving endlessly. And if you try to hold one moment too tightly, it will shatter to remind you it is part of something larger. The silence of acceleration. You are in a train. It moves faster and faster, yet you feel nothing. No wind on your face, no pressure on your skin. The scenery blurs outside, but inside, it is calm, quiet. The speed is real, but you do not feel it. You are accelerating, but you are surrounded by silence. Speed is loud only when it changes you. Acceleration is invisible when it is constant, but that silence is deceiving. In physics, acceleration is indistinguishable from gravity. It means even in the quietest spaces, you might be falling and not know it. In life, we often do not notice how fast we are moving, not in miles, but in choices, in thoughts, in change. You wake up one day and realize the person you were is no longer here. You have been changing all along. The silence of acceleration is not the absence of motion. It is the comfort that blinds you from realizing you are in motion. Think of time. You do not feel it passing second by second. But one day, you look back and realize everything is different, not because of one loud event, but because of countless quiet changes. You accelerated through your life without noticing the shift. And now, you are in a different place, wondering how you arrived. Acceleration is not always a rush. It is a drift, a gradual slide into a new state. And just like on that train, you do not feel it until you stop and step outside. Only then do you notice how far you have come. The silence of acceleration teaches you something important. Just because you feel calm does not mean nothing is changing. Sometimes the most powerful shifts happen in the quietest moments. And the faster you move, the more still the world around you seems. But pay attention. The silence is not your enemy. It is your clue. It tells you to notice, to listen, to ask, not just where you are, but how fast you are becoming someone new. The distance that doesn't exist. You stretch your hand toward a star. It feels infinitely far away. Light from it took millions of years to reach you. But here you are, touching its light. In this moment, your skin is warmed by a story that began before your ancestors were born. The distance between you and that star is measured in years, but also, in a strange way, it is right here. We think of distance as something absolute, a gap between points, a measure of space. But what if distance is not what it seems? What if it is only real when something crosses it? In quantum physics, particles can be entangled across vast distances. Change one, and the other changes instantly. It is as if the distance between them does not matter. As if space is just a convenience we use to explain things, but not something the universe really needs. Think about love, about memory, about longing. You miss someone across the world, but their presence is right there in your chest. You hear their voice in your mind, feel their absence in your bones. The physical distance between you and them does not stop the feeling from being immediate. There is no delay, no journey, just presence. Distance exists for bodies, but maybe not for connection, maybe not for truth, maybe not for thought. The distance that doesn't exist is the space between what is and what matters. You can be in the same room with someone and feel miles apart. You can be across galaxies and feel like they are with you. This is not imagination. This is the collapse of distance, the rejection of separation. Next time you measure how far you are from something or someone, ask yourself what you are really measuring. Is it steps? Is it seconds? Or is it the illusion that you were ever apart at all? The constant that fluctuates. You rely on constants. They give you comfort. The sun rises. Water flows downhill. 2 + 2 stays 4. You believe in patterns, predictability. But what if something you always believed was fixed began to change? There are numbers in physics we treat as eternal. The speed of light, the gravitational constant, Planck's constant. These are the unchanging values that make the universe tick. But what if they are not so constant? What if they drift over time, ever so slightly, but enough to change the way everything works? Now shift that thought inward. What are the constants in your life? Your name, your identity, your morals, your beliefs. But are they really constant? The truth is, you change. Your mind changes. Your truth changes. Slowly, quietly. But over time, it becomes something new. What you once believed with all your heart, you now question. What you once feared, you now embrace. What felt permanent was actually just temporary stability. The constant that fluctuates is not a betrayal. It is a deeper truth. It means growth. It means that even your foundations are alive. They are not stone. They are rivers. So do not be afraid when you feel yourself shift. When something you were certain of begins to feel strange. That is not weakness. That is evolution. That is your inner universe adjusting to a wider reality. Even the cosmos might change its constants. Why should your spirit remain the same? The lens into the unreal. You are handed a lens, a simple piece of glass. You look through it, and the world shifts. Colors become brighter. Shadows move in odd directions. You blink, and for a moment, you wonder if you are seeing something real or something imagined. Every perspective is a lens, every belief a filter. You never see the world exactly as it is. You see it through the lens of memory, of expectation, of bias. And sometimes those lenses reveal things that are not there. But here is the twist. Sometimes the unreal shows you a deeper truth than reality ever could. A dream might show you what you really feel. A hallucination might unlock a forgotten trauma. A lie might point to a hidden desire. The lens into the unreal is not about escape. It is about revelation. Your brain is not a camera. It does not record. It interprets. It imagines. It fills in gaps. The world you see is a construction. And when that construction cracks, you get a glimpse of what lies underneath. So do not be afraid of the unreal, the strange vision, the illogical feeling, the sudden knowing that has no source. These are not malfunctions. They are messages. Sometimes the clearest truth comes not from what is, but from what could be. The unreal is not your enemy. It is your doorway, a lens that does not just show the world, but shows you. The Edge of Entropy. What if the universe is not drifting toward chaos, but balancing on its edge, holding its breath between disorder and harmony? In a room that never changes, dust settles in the same corners every day. The walls remain silent, and even the air feels like it is waiting. There is a sense of calmness in the routine, but behind that stillness, there is a tension you cannot explain. It is the tension of something holding itself together when it could easily fall apart. That tension is what scientists call entropy. Entropy is usually described as disorder, the natural tendency of systems to move from order to randomness. An ice cube melts, a book ages, a memory fades. Everything you see and touch is slowly slipping into a more disordered state. But there is something unusual at the very boundary of this process, something strange that happens when things are neither fully ordered nor fully chaotic. At the edge of entropy, patterns appear that should not exist. Clouds form intricate spirals, galaxies spin with precision, and your mind, built from countless chemical reactions, somehow makes sense of the world. This edge is not a collapse, it is a dance. A delicate line where too much order stifles change and too much chaos erases everything. Consider your own thoughts. Too much order, and your mind loops endlessly on one idea. Too much chaos, and you lose focus entirely. But in between, there is a moment where thoughts connect like constellations in a night sky. That is the edge of entropy. Even in nature, the most complex systems seem to operate here. Your heart, your brain, your very cells function in a state of near chaos, but never cross the line. They flirt with unpredictability but return to rhythm. The brain especially thrives in this space. Too predictable, and it becomes inactive. Too chaotic, and it becomes ill. But at the edge, it creates music, stories, inventions, meaning. There is no formula that can perfectly map this edge. It is not a number or a location. It is a condition. It is the place where life emerges, where stars explode into beauty, and where complexity grows. Entropy is not the villain. It is not the force that destroys. It is the canvas. It breaks things down so that they can be rebuilt differently. It dissolves the old to allow the new. And when something lingers at the edge, it resists collapse and resists stagnation. It becomes something alive. You are made of entropy, your body, your thoughts, your future. But you are also made of resistance to it. Every time you learn something new, every time you rebuild, you are dancing at the edge of entropy. And maybe that is where we are meant to be. The folded dimension trap. Have you ever had a feeling that a moment is repeating itself, even though everything looks new? Now, imagine walking through a hallway that curves subtly. You keep walking forward, but something feels off. You pass the same mirror, the same flicker of light on the wall. You take a turn, and yet you return to the same place. Not a loop, not a trick, just a shift in the shape of space itself. In theories of higher dimensions, space is not always flat or infinite. It can fold, bend, and wrap upon itself in ways that your senses cannot fully grasp. Just like a sheet of paper folded in half can bring two far points together, the universe might be folding around you in ways that create shortcuts or traps. These are not just fantasies. In physics, string theory suggests that additional dimensions beyond the familiar three may exist, but they are compacted or curled up, hiding their effects in strange behaviors. Now think of this. What if a part of your life is caught in such a fold? A choice you think you are making freely might be influenced by something curled deep in the fabric of time and space. You feel like you are progressing, but you are circling an unseen path. Folded dimensions can do strange things to causality. In some versions of reality, an effect can appear before its cause. A choice made today echoes back into yesterday. Memory becomes a map not of what has happened, but of where space has twisted. Your perception, your emotions, your very identity may not be immune to this bending. If your thoughts travel through this folded corridor, do you truly remember? Or are you just arriving at the same mental place again? Some ancient philosophies spoke of cycles, rebirths, endless repetitions. What if they were sensing something real, something tied to the way space curves in silence, hiding loops inside what looks like a straight line? You are not just living forward. You are navigating a space that may be shaped like a labyrinth with no exit. Or perhaps the exit is not a door, but a new way of seeing. The trap is not that you are stuck. The trap is believing the fold is all there is. When you recognize the pattern, when you break the illusion of straight time and linear space, you unfold the trap, the horizon that watches back. When you stare into the horizon, do you ever feel like it is staring back at you? Not in a paranoid sense, but in a deeply still and knowing way. Like something vast and silent has noticed you noticing it. In black hole physics, there is a region called the event horizon. It is the boundary beyond which nothing can escape, not even light. It is often seen as a one-way wall. But what if it is not just a wall, but a mirror? The information paradox in physics suggests that information falling into a black hole might not be lost forever. It could be stored, imprinted, or even reflected in a strange way at the horizon itself. This means the horizon is not a blank edge. It may be alive with memory, watching, absorbing, and encoding the story of everything that approaches it. Now step out of the cosmic metaphor and into your own life. What if every boundary you fear is like that? Not a wall, but a listener. Not silence, but memory. Every time you reach the edge of your comfort, of your understanding, of yourself, you are not hitting a dead end. You are approaching something that records, reflects, and perhaps transforms you. Your fears, your questions, your doubts, when placed at this personal event horizon, are not lost. They become signals. They shape what comes next. The universe may not respond loudly, but it responds subtly. The more you watch, the more you are watched. The more you question, the more the edge seems to answer through symbols, feelings, coincidences. This is not about paranoia, it is about participation. You are not just looking at the world is forming itself through the act of being seen. There is a sacred exchange that happens when you reach the horizon. Not the end of something, but the beginning of a feedback loop. A silent gaze that watches you as you grow toward it. And maybe the universe stores your light there, just like a black hole holds on to the photons it never lets go. Maybe every edge you face is not the last thing you will see, but the first step into being seen completely. The symmetry that shattered. Can perfection be broken without losing its essence? In the beginning of time, everything was symmetrical. Every particle had an equal twin, every force had an equal opposite. The cosmos bloomed from a single moment of balance, but that balance did not last. Symmetry broke. Some particles gained mass, others faded into invisibility. Some reactions favored one direction. And from this asymmetry came everything we know: galaxies, stars, life, time. This breaking is not destruction, it is creation. Without broken symmetry, the universe would be an eternal mirror, reflecting itself forever without change. But with one crack in that mirror, variety exploded into existence. You see this in your own life too. When everything is perfect, still, equal, time seems to pause. But when something shifts, when balance is disturbed, you move, you change, you grow. Think of a snowflake. It starts from symmetry but forms complexity through tiny, imperfect twists. Think of music. It plays with balance and imbalance, predictability and surprise. The shattered symmetry is not a flaw. It is a door. It is the crack through which time flows. In physics, this idea underlies the existence of matter itself. If symmetry had remained unbroken, matter might never have existed. There would have been no imbalance to tilt things in favor of substance over emptiness. So perhaps the imperfections in your life, the moments when something broke, are not errors. They are necessities. They are the reasons you are here. Perfection is not the goal. The beauty lies in the fracture, in the way something broken still holds a story, still holds meaning. You are the result of a symmetry that chose to shatter instead of remain still. And that break is not your weakness. It is your origin, the light that hides in darkness. Why does light sometimes choose to disappear? You walk into a dark room, and for a second, your eyes see nothing. But slowly, shapes return. Colors reemerge. The light was never gone. It was only hidden. In quantum mechanics, particles of light, called photons, behave in bizarre ways. They can vanish from one place and reappear in another. They can act like waves and particles at the same time. Sometimes they pass through barriers they should not be able to cross. Light is not just brightness, it is information. And sometimes the information hides itself not to disappear, but to wait. In your thoughts, this same thing happens. Moments of clarity hide in confusion. Answers live inside silence. The insight you are searching for might not shine right away. It might be folding itself into shadow, waiting for your perception to catch up. Darkness is not the enemy of light. It is the frame that defines it. Without darkness, light has no contrast, no meaning. In deep space, there are regions called dark matter halos. They do not shine, but they hold galaxies together. Without them, light would scatter, stars would drift. Sometimes, the brightest truths in your life are held in the spaces where nothing seems clear. A heartbreak, a failure, a pause. In these dark patches, the light hides, not to leave you, but to grow into something new. You do not need to chase brightness. You only need to stand still long enough for your eyes to adjust. The hidden light reveals itself not through force, but through patience. And when it does, you will see it was always there, waiting, watching, becoming. The spin that sees you, Have you ever wondered if something you cannot see is noticing your presence? In the world of quantum mechanics, particles possess something called spin. It is not physical spinning, like a top. It is a deeper, more abstract property that defines how particles interact, how they exist. Spin determines identity. Two particles with the same spin cannot occupy the same state. It is what gives structure to the atomic world. But there is a strange implication. Some theories suggest that spin, like observation, might be linked to awareness. When a particle is measured, its spin aligns with the act of observation. Before measurement, it is a cloud of possibilities. But once you look, it chooses. What if every part of the universe that has spin is silently waiting to be seen? What if your act of noticing changes not just the world, but yourself? In your daily life, you move through spaces filled with unseen motion, electrons, fields, forces. You cannot feel them, but they shape everything. The way light bends, the way atoms lock, the way you think. And when you stop and notice the small things, something changes. Your awareness settles. The spin aligns. The chaos stills. Maybe the spin that sees you is not out there. Maybe it is within you. Maybe it is the part of your mind that watches your thoughts, the part that knows when you are lost and gently brings you back. You are not separate from the universe. You are made of it, spinning, observing, becoming. And maybe, just maybe, it is watching back with the same quiet curiosity that you carry when you wonder why anything exists at all. The particle, born from nothing. What if something could appear without a reason, not through birth or creation, not through a cause or reaction, just appear, without permission, without origin? You are sitting in an empty room, watching nothing happen. There is no movement, no noise, no life. Then, for no reason, something flickers. A point, a presence, a particle. It was not there before, and now it is. Where did it come from? Why did it appear? The room gives you no answers, but the particle remains. In the world of quantum mechanics, there are moments when particles simply appear. Not from atoms, not from energy you can see. They pop into existence from what we call the quantum vacuum, a space that should be nothing. But that nothing is not empty. It holds energy, it holds potential, it holds the unknown, and in those conditions, particles can emerge. This does not make sense in our daily world. You drop a glass, and it breaks. Cause and effect. You breathe in, and you feel calm. Cause and effect. But what happens when you see an effect with no cause? What happens when the universe behaves like a magician pulling something from an invisible hat? The particle born from nothing challenges every story you tell yourself about how the world works. It suggests that reality may not always need a reason, that existence might not always follow a script. It makes you question whether anything is truly predictable, or, if deep underneath the order you rely on, there is a quiet chaos that still breathes. And if particles can be born from nothing, what else can? Maybe ideas, maybe emotions, maybe the thoughts that strike you out of nowhere and change your life. Not all things need a backstory. Not all beginnings are logical. Sometimes, things arrive because the space around them is ready to receive. So next time you are waiting for a sign or searching for a cause, remember that the most powerful things might come from silence, from stillness, from nothing at all. Because maybe, just maybe, nothing is more fertile than we ever imagined. The loop you never escaped. There is a moment in your life you keep revisiting. You do not choose to go back to it. It returns to you. Again and again. A thought, a mistake, a feeling. Every time you try to leave it behind, it returns in a new form. You are walking forward, but the road feels familiar. The faces change, the voices change, but the story repeats. You think you are moving, but are you really? The loop you never escaped is not made of time. It is made of thought, of memory, of belief. It traps you not with walls, but with stories you continue to believe. You tell yourself you have changed, but your patterns say otherwise. You tell yourself you are free, but you still react the same way. To pain, to love, to failure. In physics, there are systems that repeat endlessly. Cycles, orbits, feedback loops. In these systems, the present always feeds the future, and the future always reflects the past. If nothing disrupts them, they spin forever, stable, predictable, trapped. Your mind can be the same, a closed loop of expectation and experience. What you believe shapes what you notice. What you notice shapes what you believe. You live inside a story that confirms itself, again and again. To escape a loop, you first have to see it. You have to notice the repetition, the voice in your head that speaks the same doubt every time you try something new, the weight in your chest that arrives before every goodbye, the anger that hides behind your laughter. These are not accidents. They are signals. Breaking the loop does not mean running away. It means slowing down, looking around, asking questions you have never asked. It means doing something different, thinking something different, becoming something different, even if it scares you. The loop you never escaped may have given you comfort, but it also kept you small. It kept you safe, but it also kept you still. You deserve to walk forward without dragging yesterday behind you, and you can. But first, you must decide that the pattern ends with you. The axis of illusion, you hold a compass. It spins slowly, then settles, north, a direction you trust. But what if the compass is lying? What if the needle is drawn not to reality, but to something pretending to be real? You still walk, you still follow, but the ground beneath your feet begins to feel strange. You are moving, but you are not arriving. Every mind has an axis, a center it spins around. This could be an idea, a belief, a memory, something you treat as true, something that guides your decisions. But what if that center is not real? What if your thoughts are revolving around an illusion? Illusions are not just tricks of sight. They live in your expectations. You see what you expect to see. You feel what you think you are supposed to feel. The mind fills in gaps. It creates stories. It connects dots that were never meant to be connected. The axis of illusion is not evil. It is not designed to fool you. It is a habit, a pattern, a shortcut your brain uses to make sense of a complex world. But shortcuts have consequences. When you believe something deeply, you stop questioning it. When you stop questioning, you stop seeing clearly. Think about the things you assume are true, about yourself, about others, about the world. Where did those beliefs come from? Are they yours? Or were they handed to you by people who were also spinning around their own illusions? To find the truth, you must be willing to shift your axis, to let go of what you thought was unchangeable. That is not easy. It feels like drifting, like losing balance. But in that uncertainty, something beautiful happens. You begin to see not what is supposed to be there, but what is actually there. The axis of illusion keeps you safe, but it also keeps you blind. If you are brave enough to move it, you might feel lost for a while. But then you will find a new direction, one that belongs to you, one that points not to illusion, but to understanding. The particle that waits to be seen. There is something watching you, not with eyes, not with judgment, but with patience. It does not move. It does not speak. It simply exists, waiting for your attention. You may have passed by it 1,000 times unaware, but the moment you look, it reacts. It becomes something more, something solid, something known. In the strange world of quantum physics, there is a phenomenon where a particle does not settle into a state until it is observed. It exists in many possibilities at once, but when you look, it chooses. Not before, only then. It waits to be seen. This idea is unsettling. It suggests that reality is not complete until you participate. that your awareness changes the world around you, not just by interpretation, but by presence. That your eyes are not just windows, but switches, that something is always waiting. Now bring that thought into your life. How many things exist around you in a state of potential? A person you never really noticed, a talent you never explored, a dream you always doubted. They are there, like particles in waiting. But until you truly look, they remain invisible. Seeing is not about vision, it is about attention, about intention. When you give something your full awareness, it reveals a part of itself that was hidden, and in doing so, it reveals a part of you. The particle that waits to be seen is not just in the lab, it is in your choices, in your possibilities, in the quiet corners of your life you keep avoiding. When you finally look, not just glance, but truly see, you change what exists. You collapse the unknown into truth. Do not be afraid of what you have not yet seen. It is not hiding, it is waiting. Waiting for the right question, waiting for the right moment, waiting for you. The temperature of absolute stillness. You step into a place so cold it feels timeless. Your breath slows, your thoughts soften. The air does not move, the light becomes quiet. There is no shaking, no spinning, no dancing. Every atom in the room has stopped. Not dead, just still. The kind of stillness that feels like it holds a secret. Temperature is movement. The more something vibrates, the hotter it becomes. But there is a limit, a place where motion stops, where atoms rest. This is known as absolute zero. It is the coldest temperature possible, the point where everything slows to nothing. But here is the mystery. Even in this perfect stillness, something remains. Not noise, not heat, but a quiet hum of quantum energy that refuses to vanish. It is called zero-point energy. A reminder that even in perfect stillness, nothing is ever truly empty. Now think of your mind, your heart, your emotions. How often do you crave stillness? Not silence from the world, but silence from within. A moment where everything rests. Where you are not thinking or reacting or planning, just being. You try to reach that place through breath, through meditation, through surrender. And sometimes you get close, you feel still, at peace. But deep inside, there is still a flicker. A spark, a presence that does not go away. That presence is your awareness, your zero-point energy. It is the part of you that remains even when everything else is still. It does not move, it does not speak, but it exists. And its existence is enough. The temperature of absolute stillness is not cold, it is clarity. It is the place where all your masks fall away, where you meet yourself not through motion, but through presence. In that stillness there is no need to do, no need to become. You are already enough. So when the world becomes loud and your thoughts become heavy, seek that stillness, not to escape, but to remember that beneath the chaos and the noise, there is a place where everything rests. And in that rest, everything is whole. The pendulum with no anchor. What if every decision you make is not truly swinging between right and wrong, but floating through an invisible space with no fixed point at all? There is a strange sensation when you try to choose between two paths. You weigh options, you replay memories, you ask others, you search for signs. But sometimes, no matter how much you think, the decision never settles. It keeps swinging in your mind like a pendulum, first this side, then that, over and over. Yet if you step back, you begin to see something more haunting. The pendulum is moving, but there is no anchor holding it in place. In classical physics, a pendulum always swings from a fixed point. Its rhythm, its return, its symmetry, all depend on the anchor. But in life, and in the deeper structure of your mind, the point of suspension is not always visible. Sometimes it is not there at all. The swing still happens, but it has nothing to return to. This anchorless pendulum is not chaotic. It moves with rhythm, with weight, with energy. But the space it swings through is undefined, and without a center to hold it, it never truly rests. Now think of your thoughts. How often do they sway from one extreme to another, from confidence to doubt, from love to fear, from surrender to control? You believe you are returning to balance. But perhaps balance itself is drifting. Perhaps the idea of a fixed truth is a comforting illusion. In the world of quantum physics, particles do not exist in fixed locations until observed. Their nature is one of probability, a cloud of possible states. Similarly, your decisions are not waiting in a drawer for you to pick one. They emerge from the motion of your mind, from a field of experience and feeling that is constantly shifting. The pendulum with no anchor reflects the emotional space you live in. You think you are seeking certainty, but your very act of seeking is what keeps the swing alive. You are not solving a puzzle. You are participating in a rhythm. When people talk about being centered, they imagine grounding themselves to something permanent. But perhaps real peace comes not from finding a still point, but from letting go of the need for one. To allow the swing to happen, to feel the motion without resisting. You are not broken because you cannot decide. You are not lost because the answers change. You are moving through a field with no map, and your pendulum is reading the winds. That is not confusion. That is awareness. The pendulum may never stop, but you can stop chasing the illusion of stillness. And in that acceptance, the motion becomes a kind of clarity. Not an answer, but a feeling that even without an anchor, you are exactly where you need to be. The law that bends to thought. What if the laws that govern reality are not entirely fixed, but respond to how you choose to think? We grow up believing that nature follows rules, that gravity pulls, time flows forward, and every action has a predictable reaction. But in the strange depths of the universe, those rules begin to blur. In quantum mechanics, particles behave differently depending on whether they are observed. Thought itself seems to bend the outcome. This is not just a poetic idea, it is a measurable effect. In double-slit experiments, the mere presence of awareness alters the path a particle takes. Reality does not unfold passively. It changes shape depending on how you interact with it. You might believe that your thoughts are private, contained within your mind. But what if they are not only shaping your inner world, but slightly tilting the rules of the outer one too? In your life, there have been moments when your focus seemed to change outcomes, times when clarity made opportunities appear, times when fear seemed to magnetize more fear. This is not just psychology. It might be a glimpse into something deeper. The laws of nature may not be broken by thought, but they can ripple, they can curve. And just like space bends around mass, maybe possibility bends around attention. Your beliefs are not idle. They are blueprints, not for fantasy, but for structure. When you truly think something is possible, you behave differently. You notice different signals. You step with a kind of permission, and the world begins to respond. This does not mean that thoughts control everything. You cannot will away gravity or reverse time, but you can tilt your trajectory through reality. Thought is not just a passenger, it is part of the engine. Even ancient cultures whispered of this, that words have power, that intention guides fate, that silence listens and mirrors back. If you think of life as a script, then thoughts are not just lines, they are directions. They guide the mood, they shape the ending. The law that bends to thought does not bow in obedience. It bends like light through glass, subtly but powerfully, refracting what you perceive and what you receive. So, if you find yourself trapped in a repeating pattern, try shifting your inner script, not with empty optimism, but with gentle awareness. Speak differently, expect differently, think with care. Reality may not change all at once, but the bend will begin. And slowly, the law that seems immovable might reveal its hidden flexibility, responding not to command, but to clarity. The massless entity that moves you. How can something with no weight, no form, and no name still carry you forward like a current beneath your choices? Every motion you make is caused by something. You raise your hand, take a step, speak a word, muscles contract, signals fire, neurons light up. But what starts it all? What moves the first thought? What pulls the first desire? Inside the deepest spaces of your awareness, there is something that does not register on any scale. It has no weight. It has no mass. But it pushes you. It shifts your direction. It is not a thing. It is a presence. In physics, a massless particle like a photon travels at the speed of light. It cannot be caught. It has no rest. It exists only in motion. In some ways, the thing that moves your choices is just like that. You cannot measure it. You cannot store it. But you feel its influence. A sudden urge to leave a place. A pull toward a person. An unexpected thought that changes your path. It arrives without a name. This entity is not emotional. It is not logical. It is prior to both. It whispers before reason begins. It touches your path before you know there is a road. Some call it instinct. Others call it soul. Some say it is randomness. Others say it is divine. But none of these names change its nature. It remains massless, shapeless, and always moving. When you try to explain your decisions, you often trace a story backward. You give reasons. You build a map. But deep down, you know the story came after the movement. The reason was created to match the path already taken. This is not a fault. This is how consciousness protects itself. It needs stories to function. But somewhere beneath those stories, something is already in motion. And this motion does not follow rules. It is not predictable. It is like wind moving through tall grass. It touches without being seen. It shapes the world without holding it. You have felt it when you suddenly knew something without evidence, when you turned around for no reason and saw something important, when you made a leap that changed everything. It is not a signal. It is not a voice. It is more like a gravity with no center. It pulls, not because it wants something, but because it simply moves. To listen to it is to trust the space between thoughts, to feel without needing to name, to follow without a map. And though it carries no weight, its impact is vast. Because everything you build, everything you reach, begins with the quiet nudge of something you will never fully grasp. That is the massless entity that moves you. It asks nothing. It speaks softly. But when you begin to feel it, not with the mind, but with the stillness behind the mind, you will know it was always there, waiting not to be seen, but to be followed. The wave you can't ride. There is a wave approaching, but no matter how hard you try, you cannot ride it. You see its motion, you feel its energy, but when you reach out, your hand passes through it. You try again and again, timing it perfectly, predicting its shape. Still, nothing. It flows through your efforts like light through glass. You are left standing still while the wave keeps moving. And you begin to wonder, is it the wave that cannot be ridden, or is it you who is never meant to catch it? In quantum mechanics, particles behave like waves. But these waves are not physical things you can surf. They are probability waves. They describe where a particle might be, not where it is. The particle only appears in a specific place when you observe it. Before that, it exists in many possibilities. A spread, a ripple of maybes. You cannot ride that wave because it is not a wave of matter. It is a wave of potential. Now, think about your choices, your dreams, your fears. They often rise like waves. You prepare for them. You wait for the right moment. You chase them with all your strength. But, just like the quantum wave, they shift when you try to grasp them. The goal changes. The feeling fades. The thing you thought you wanted no longer looks the same. This is not failure. This is nature. Not all waves are meant to be caught. Some are meant to be watched, to be understood, to teach you patience. to remind you that not everything solid begins as something solid. The wave you cannot ride might be the lesson that not all motion is meant to carry you forward. Some motion exists just to show you the limits of your reach. In life, there will always be these moments. Moments where you feel like something is close but never yours. An opportunity, a connection, a version of yourself. You try to align with it, but it slips. You start to question if the problem is your timing. But maybe the deeper truth is that you are chasing something that was never meant to hold you. You are chasing a possibility, not a destination. The wave you cannot ride teaches you about release. It teaches you about the beauty of potential. Just because you cannot stand on it does not mean it has no meaning. It still moves, it still shapes, it still exists, but it does not need to carry you to be real. It only needs to show you that reality is wider than certainty, that even the things you cannot reach still have a role in your story. The frame you forgot you're in. You are walking through your day, doing what you always do, talking, thinking, planning. But beneath the surface, something feels strange, like a soft pressure on the edge of your awareness. You stop, look around. Everything appears normal, but the feeling remains, and then it strikes you. You are inside something, a frame, a structure, a rule you forgot was even there. It is so familiar, you stop noticing it. But it shapes everything you do. Every life has a frame, not just walls or boundaries, but mental containers. These frames tell you what is possible, what is allowed, what is real. They tell you who you are and who you are not. But over time, these frames fade into the background. You forget they are choices. You forget they are limits. You start to believe they are the world itself. This forgetting is not your fault. It is part of survival. The mind cannot question everything all the time, so it builds patterns, habits, narratives. But sometimes those narratives stop serving you. Sometimes the frame that once protected you becomes the thing that holds you back. Think of someone who always says they are shy, or someone who believes they are unlucky. These ideas become frames. They shape how you see every situation. Even if the world outside is full of new chances, the frame keeps your vision small. You act inside the boundaries, never seeing the invisible line you could cross. In science, a frame of reference defines what is moving and what is still. A train feels still when you are inside it, but from the ground, it is racing forward. Your experience depends on your frame. Change the frame, and the meaning changes too. The frame you forgot you are in works the same way. It defines your truths, your choices, your reactions. But once you become aware of it, you can start to shift it. You can step back and ask, who gave me this frame? Why do I still carry it? What happens if I step outside it? This is not easy. Leaving a frame can feel like losing your ground, but it is also where freedom begins. When you remember the frame, you remember your power. You are not trapped by reality. You are shaped by your perception of it, and that perception can be redefined. You do not need to destroy every frame. Some frames hold beauty, some hold safety. But the key is to choose them, not to be ruled by them. The frame you forgot you are in only has power because you stopped looking at its edges. Once you remember, you can see beyond it. You can find what you never knew you were missing. The clock that predicts you. There is a clock ticking somewhere, but it does not just count seconds. It counts decisions, thoughts, feelings. Before you make a choice, the clock already knows. Before you speak, it has measured your silence. You think you are moving freely, but this clock is not behind you. It is ahead. It is watching your future and pulling you toward it. You start to wonder, are you choosing your path, or are you following a rhythm that was set long before? In neuroscience, there are studies that show your brain makes decisions before you become aware of them. A fraction of a second before you think you have chosen, your neurons have already fired. The decision has already begun. Your awareness is late. Your consciousness is catching up to a clock you do not see. In physics, time feels simple: past, present, future. But in deeper theories, time becomes a strange flow. Some physicists believe the universe is deterministic, that everything that will happen is already written in the fabric of reality. You feel like you are free, but the clock may already know where you are going. This is not meant to make you feel powerless. It is meant to show you the complexity of choice. Your mind is a pattern, a story made of thousands of previous moments. That story creates momentum, and momentum can look a lot like fate. But even if the clock predicts you, that does not mean you are stuck. It means you are part of a system so vast, so precise, that it carries you with it. And within that system, awareness is the gift. You might not control the first spark of a thought, but you can choose how you dance with it. You can notice the rhythm and step differently. The clock that predicts you is not your enemy. It is your mirror. It shows you where you are heading and dares you to ask, "Is this where I want to go?" By becoming aware of your patterns, you slow time. You break the automation. You begin to respond instead of react. And in that moment, even the most perfect clock cannot fully predict you. Because the future is not just written in the ticking of gears. It is written in the quiet moments where you choose presence over habit. The clock may know the rhythm, but the melody is still yours to shape. The singularity in your room. You sit in a quiet room, but something about it feels dense. Heavy, not physically but mentally. You feel like something is pulling at your thoughts, warping your awareness. You cannot see it, but you sense it. A center, a core, something small and silent, but impossibly deep. Like a black hole in the space between your thoughts. You do not understand it, but it is there, waiting, watching, the singularity in your room. In astrophysics, a singularity is a point of infinite density. It is where the known laws of physics break down. Black holes are born from these points. At the center of a black hole, space and time collapse. There's no direction, no flow, only gravity, only collapse. But what if singularities are not just in space? What if they are also in experience, in thought, in awareness? Sometimes in the middle of your routine life, something happens, a loss, a realization, a moment of silence so powerful that it bends your sense of reality. You begin to question everything, your past, your choices, yourself. It is not loud, it is not violent, but it pulls you inward, a collapse, a pause. These are personal singularities, the moments where everything changes, but not on the surface, inside. They do not destroy you, they reshape you. They make you face the parts of yourself you have been orbiting, but never entering. The singularity in your room could be a question you have been avoiding, a truth you have not spoken, a memory you buried. It sits quietly, changing everything through its presence. You try to ignore it, but its gravity grows, and when you finally look at it, you are pulled in. That pull is not the end, it is a transition. Just like matter falling into a black hole might emerge somewhere new, your awareness falling into the singularity can lead to transformation. You emerge different, slower, wiser, softer. The room is the same, but you are not, because you met the center of yourself, the part that holds everything, and you did not run. The singularity in your room is not there to consume you. It is there to show you depth, to remind you that beyond your surface self, there is something infinite, something waiting to be seen, not outside, not above, but within, the space that isn't empty. What if the space around you is not truly empty, but more alive than the objects it surrounds? You sit alone in a quiet room, no movement, no sound. You stretch your hand into the air and feel nothing, just stillness. You tell yourself this is emptiness, but what if that space is not empty at all? What if it is brimming with something you cannot touch, but that touches everything? In classical physics, space was once thought of as a void, a background, a stage where things happen. But modern physics says otherwise. The vacuum is not a passive nothing. It is a restless sea of fluctuations, particles popping into and out of existence, energy fields dancing beneath your senses. The space that surrounds you is not still. It is teeming with potential. In quantum field theory, every point in space holds the possibility of something becoming real. The vacuum is not the absence of matter. It is the presence of everything that is not yet formed. You might wonder what this has to do with your own life, but look closer. Think of silence, the pause before you speak, the stillness before a decision. That space inside you, the one you think is empty, might be the most powerful place you know. The mind fears emptiness because it cannot control it. Yet within that emptiness lies creativity, possibility, peace. You are not drained by stillness. You are restored by it. People often think of life as a collection of things, goals, thoughts, moments. But what if it is the space between them that gives meaning? The pause in music, the breath between words, the silence in love. You do not need to fill every gap. You do not need to run from the blank parts. Because the space is not absence. It is foundation. It holds everything. And maybe the universe is not expanding into emptiness. Maybe it is unfolding into a space already rich with unseen structure. A canvas of invisible threads waiting to connect. You are surrounded by something more profound than matter. The space around you listens. It breathes. And it might just be the very source of what you call existence. The motion without time. How can something move without passing through time? You watch a bird fly across the sky, a car pass down the street. You feel your heartbeat, count your steps, mark your days. Everything seems to move forward, second by second. But what if that sense of time is not as solid as it seems? What if motion is not always tied to time at all? In the deep layers of physics, time is not a requirement for motion. In some interpretations of quantum mechanics, particles can shift from one state to another without traveling through the steps in between. They do not move through time. They simply exist in one place, then in another. This might seem like science fiction, but it is real. It happens in tunneling, in entanglement, in the strange way quantum systems behave. These are movements without moments, actions without duration. Now think of your own experience. You may not be aware of it, but there are moments in your life when you have moved without time. A sudden change of heart, a realization that comes fully formed, a dream that shifts you before you wake. You cannot track these with clocks. They do not unfold in a timeline. They happen in a different layer of awareness, beyond the tick of a watch. And perhaps you have felt stuck, unable to change, waiting for time to fix everything. But the change you seek might not need time. It might only need perspective. In some moments, you do not evolve. You jump. You become something else, a motion outside time. Even love can be like this. It does not always grow slowly. Sometimes it arrives instantly, as if it was always there, just waiting to be seen. The concept of motion without time reminds you that transformation does not follow one rule. The universe is not a single road. It is a vast web where some paths are invisible and some leaps happen in silence. Do not wait for time to give you permission. Do not assume you must travel step by step. There are places within you and around you where motion happens without warning, without waiting. And maybe those are the moments that change everything the most. The field that dreams you. What if you are not simply thinking about the universe, but being dreamed by it? You sit quietly, thoughts rising and falling. You try to focus, but your mind drifts. Images appear. Feelings move through you like wind. You assume you are the dreamer, the source. But what if something greater is dreaming you? In quantum field theory, everything in the universe is a ripple in a field. Particles, energy, forces all emerge from these invisible fields that stretch across the cosmos. These fields are not made of matter. They are what matter emerges from. Your body, your brain, your thoughts are all temporary patterns in the field. You are not separate from it. You are shaped by it, held by it. Now go deeper. Your thoughts are not random. They have rhythm, form, emotion, and sometimes they surprise even you. A dream forms in your sleep, and you have no idea where it came from. An idea appears in your waking mind, and you cannot explain its origin. This is not weakness. It is connection. The same field that gives rise to atoms may be giving rise to your consciousness, not as a fixed identity, but as a flow. You are not an object inside the universe. You are a ripple on its surface. A moment of attention, a brief melody played by something deeper. You might think this makes you small, but it does the opposite. It means you are part of the dream, part of the process. You do not have to control everything. You only have to listen. The field does not speak in words. It speaks in pulls, in silence, in synchronicity. When you stop forcing your thoughts and simply allow them to rise, you begin to feel it. That you are not making every move, you are being moved. The field is not distant. It is not somewhere else. It is here, around you, through you, watching itself through your eyes. And maybe, every time you feel lost, it is not because you have stepped away from truth. It is because the field is shifting the dream, changing the path, turning the page. So let it dream you, let it carry you, and trust that what emerges is not just your mind, but the cosmos learning to speak in your voice. The time dilation trap. What happens when time itself bends around your experience? You wait in a room, 5 minutes passing like an hour. Then you laugh with someone you love, and an hour passes like a second. Time feels elastic. But that feeling might not be a trick of the mind. It might be a glimpse into how time truly behaves. In Einstein's theory of relativity, time is not fixed. It slows down near strong gravity. It stretches with speed. A clock on a mountain ticks faster than one at sea level. A traveler near the speed of light would age slower than someone on Earth. This is not fiction. It is measurable. Satellites orbiting Earth have to account for time dilation, or GPS systems would fail. But what if this bending of time does not only happen with machines? What if your emotions, your focus, your inner world create their own gravity? Stress makes time crawl. Joy makes it race. Waiting expands moments. Flow compresses them. These are not just feelings. They are inner curvatures of time. The trap is thinking that time is outside you, that it moves forward like a river, unchanging and untouchable. But maybe time is closer to your skin than you thought. Maybe it responds to you. Think of moments when time disappeared, a painting that held you, a song that seemed endless, a night that slipped by in a breath. Those are real shifts, not in the world, but in your perception. And perception is not weak. It is part of the machinery. It is part of how time is experienced, maybe even how it is created. Now imagine being stuck in a loop. You wake each day and feel the same weight. Nothing changes. Time moves, but you do not. That is the dilation trap. When your inner rhythm slows, but the outside world keeps ticking. You feel behind. You feel late. But in truth, you are caught in your own gravity. To escape, you do not need to run. You need to realign, to shift your focus, to return to the present. Because presence is not a moment in time. It is a place where time bends around you, not the other way around. You are not a prisoner of time. You are part of its flow. And once you see that, you can stop chasing it. You can breathe into it. And time, like a stream with no banks, will begin to hold you gently once again. The horizon where you vanish. You are walking toward the edge of something. You do not know what it is, only that it feels like an ending. The sky stretches far in front of you, but something about it feels different. Not like a place you can reach, but like a line drawn by something beyond you. You take another step, then another. The edge gets no closer, but something inside you begins to feel lighter. Not weightless, but fading. You look down at your hands, and they are still there. But the closer you walk to the edge, the less you feel like yourself. As if with each step, you are not just going somewhere new, but becoming something else. In physics, a horizon is not just a distant line. In the context of black holes, there is a boundary called the event horizon. Once you cross it, you cannot return. Nothing can escape it, not even light. But from the outside, something strange happens. If you were to watch someone fall into a black hole, they would appear to slow down. They would seem to freeze at the edge. You would never see them vanish. You would only see their image stretched and dimmed until it disappears. This is more than science. It is a mirror of something we feel every day. You walk toward a version of your life you cannot fully see, a decision, a transformation. You are not being destroyed, but the version of you that began the journey is fading, not all at once, slowly, thought by thought, choice by choice. The person you were yesterday cannot follow you into tomorrow. You vanish not in one dramatic moment, but in a slow dissolve, a soft shift, a letting go of the parts of you that no longer serve. The horizon is not a place, it is a process. It is the feeling of walking into something you do not understand, and knowing you cannot go back. But what if this vanishing is not loss? What if it is expansion? What if the fading of the old you makes room for a version you have not yet imagined? The horizon where you vanish is also the place where you begin, not as a copy of who you were, but as a new arrangement of everything you carried. You are not ending. You are unfolding. Every time you face change, every time you step into the unknown, part of you vanishes. But that does not mean you are gone. It means you are becoming something else, something more aware, something less defined, something real. The atom that decides later. You flick a coin, and for a moment, it spins in the air, heads or tails. It has not landed yet. You do not know what it will be, but deep down you feel like the decision has already been made. The motion is just catching up. But now, imagine the coin lands, and even then, the outcome is not certain. It sits still, but its result has not yet chosen. The universe pauses. The answer waits, not because it cannot decide, but because it is waiting to be asked the right question. In quantum physics, there is a phenomenon where particles do not reveal their state until they are measured. Even more strange, some experiments suggest that the decision about how a particle behaved in the past can be affected by a choice made in the present. This is known as the delayed choice experiment. It means that the atom might not decide how it moved until after it has already moved. The future seems to rewrite the past. This is not just a puzzle for physicists. It is a reflection of your life. You make choices, then later you understand them. You take actions, and only in hindsight do they make sense. Meaning arrives after the moment has passed. It is not that you did not choose. It is that the full weight of the choice reveals itself later. The atom that decides later is like your own sense of purpose. Sometimes you go through an experience that feels random, confusing, painful, but then, weeks or years later, it clicks. You see what it gave you, what it asked of you, what it made you. Meaning, does not always arrive with the moment. Sometimes it travels back. This also means your future self is shaping your current path. The decisions you will make are quietly nudging the present. You are not just a result of your past, you are also the echo of your future. Do not be afraid when you do not understand what is happening. Do not panic when things do not make sense. You are still spinning. The decision has not arrived. The moment has not yet been measured. But it will be. And when it is, you will understand what kind of path you are truly on. The atom that decides later is not confused. It is patient. And so can you be. The mirror that reflects possibility. You stand in front of a mirror, expecting to see your reflection, but instead, You see versions of yourself that do not yet exist. A self that said yes instead of no. A self that turned left instead of right. A self that became someone you barely recognize. They are all you, and yet none of them are. The mirror does not show what is. It shows what could be, not fantasy, possibility. This kind of mirror is not glass. It is awareness. It is what you glimpse when you pause to question who you are becoming. It is the space between certainty and doubt. It shows you that your story is still unwritten. In quantum mechanics, superposition allows a particle to exist in many states at once. It is only when measured that it chooses a single outcome. Before that, all options are equally real. The mirror that reflects possibility works the same way. It shows you the many paths your life can take. None of them are fake. None of them are fixed. When you stare into this mirror, you might feel overwhelmed. So many versions, so many outcomes. But that is not a burden. That is a gift. It means you are not stuck. You are not a single line of progress. You are a web of potential. But possibility only matters when you act, when you choose. The mirror does not force your hand. It only reveals your options. It does not tell you what to become. It invites you to become. The mirror that reflects possibility also teaches you compassion. When you see someone struggling, you realize they too are standing in front of their own mirror. They too are choosing between versions of themselves. And sometimes the hardest part is not choosing well. It is believing you still have a choice. So when you feel trapped, when you feel like your path is sealed, look again. The mirror is still there. It has not closed. And the person you see in it is still reaching toward what could be. You do not need to be who you were. You only need to take one step toward who you could be. The probability cage. You wake up and feel like today might be different. But as the day unfolds, you realize the same things are happening. The same thoughts, the same reactions, the same results. It is as if you are living inside a loop made not of time, but of likelihood. You try to break it, but the moment you do, it pulls you back. You are not trapped by walls. You are trapped by probabilities. In science, probability determines much of what we observe. On a quantum level, particles behave unpredictably. But over time, their behavior forms patterns. A particle may go left or right, but with enough repetition, you see trends. Predictable randomness. Your life may feel the same. You want change. You want freedom. But your patterns have momentum. Your choices have history. You react in the ways you always have, and so the outcomes repeat. It is not that you are not trying. It is that the probabilities are strong. The habits are deep. This is the probability cage, not a physical prison, a mental one, made of thought loops, emotional reflexes, social expectations. It feels invisible, but its bars are real. They are built from the past. Every time you act in a familiar way, the cage grows stronger. Every time you believe you cannot change, it locks tighter. But probability is not destiny. Even if something is unlikely, it is not impossible. A single choice can shift the pattern. A single pause can weaken the loop. You do not need to destroy the cage. You only need to notice it. To step outside your usual reaction and ask, what else could I do? It starts small, a different word, a different tone, a different thought. These are the cracks in the cage, the quiet rebellions that begin to change your odds. Over time, the pattern weakens. The probabilities shift. The cage opens. You will still feel the pull of your old patterns. That is normal. But you are no longer a prisoner. You are a participant, a co-creator of your reality. The probability cage is strong, but it is not stronger than your awareness. You are not a statistic. You are a choice, and that choice begins now. The observer's curse. What if the very act of watching something changes it forever, including yourself? You walk into a room and sense someone is watching you. Your body stiffens slightly. Your mind becomes more careful. The way you move shifts, even if you pretend otherwise. Being observed changes everything, not just socially, but down to the core of reality. In quantum mechanics, the observer effect is more than a metaphor. A particle behaves one way when unmeasured and another when measured. Until you look, it stays suspended in a cloud of possibility. But the moment you observe, the wave collapses into a specific state. This is not just a feature of physics. It is a mirror of your own existence. Every time you reflect on your thoughts, those thoughts change. When you become self-aware, your behavior shifts. When someone expects something of you, you begin to lean in that direction. You are not just living your life, you are observing it. And that observation, however gentle, changes the story. This is the observer's curse, the burden of being aware. Awareness brings clarity but also distortion. You cannot see something purely when you are part of it. You try to understand your emotions, but by doing so, you influence them. You try to remember a moment perfectly, but the memory changes under the pressure of focus. You begin to wonder, are you ever seeing the truth? Or only a version of it, shaped by your need to see it? Even deeper, when you watch others, you affect them too. Your gaze has gravity. Your presence changes outcomes. A child acts differently when a parent is nearby. A flower opens differently in shadow than in full sun. This is not a flaw. It is the nature of participation. To exist is to alter. To see is to shape. And to know is to leave fingerprints on what is known. You can never fully remove yourself from the picture. You are the lens through which everything passes. Even your silence echoes. The curse is not that you see. The curse is believing you can see without changing. Once you let go of that belief, the curse begins to fade. You learn to observe softly, to watch without clinging, to witness without expectation, and in that gentle way of seeing, something true begins to show. Not untouched, not perfect, but real in its relationship to you. Maybe that is all we can ask for. Not objective truth, but a shared one, born in the space between what is seen and who sees it, the wall that isn't there. Have you ever stopped yourself from doing something because you believed there was a barrier, only to realize it never really existed? There is a kind of wall we all carry, invisible, unnamed, a quiet limit in our minds that tells us where we can and cannot go. You feel it when you hesitate to speak, when you shrink from an opportunity, when you walk away from something you deeply want. This wall is not made of stone. It is made of assumption, habit, memory. Sometimes the wall was built by others, a parent's doubt, a teacher's criticism, a stranger's stare. And sometimes you built it yourself, brick by invisible brick, to feel safe, to stay in control. But over time, you forget that it was ever a choice. You no longer see it as a boundary you placed. You see it as reality, as truth. You tell yourself, I cannot go there. I do not belong there. It will not work for me. But what if the wall is not really there? What if it is a mirage held in place by repetition? In experiments with animals, scientists discovered something strange. If an animal is repeatedly stopped by a barrier, even after the barrier is removed, it behaves as if the wall remains. This is called learned helplessness. But it is not helplessness. It is misremembered control. You do this too. You replay rejections, you echo past failures, and you use them as proof that the wall remains. But what if it is gone? The most powerful limits are the ones that never had to exist physically. They live in your expectations. They hide in the shape of your thoughts. You wait for permission. You wait for the wall to move. But it was never real. It was only a story. This is not about breaking through. It is about seeing through. About walking forward, even while your fear says stop. Some walls crumble when touched. Some vanish when named. And some dissolve when you laugh at them. The wall that isn't there holds no power, except the power you give it. The moment you question it, the cracks begin to show. And one day, when you finally move through it, you will not feel triumph. You will feel surprise. You will wonder why you waited so long. You were never trapped, just waiting for your mind to catch up with your truth. The gravity of a lie. Can something false still pull you with the force of something real? You hear a story. It is not true, but it sticks. It shapes your view. It moves your feelings. It changes your path. Even when you know it is false, it does not let go. Lies have gravity. They attract thoughts, reactions, even other lies. They do not need to be real to be powerful. They only need to be believed. Think of a rumor, a whispered doubt, a misunderstanding. Once it enters the space, it pulls attention. It shifts focus. People act as if it is true, and in doing so, give it weight. This is not just about gossip. It is about belief, about internal lies you tell yourself. I am not good enough. I will never change. People do not care. These thoughts may not be true, but they feel heavy. They stick, and over time, you shape your world around them. The gravity of a lie does not come from its truth. It comes from the energy you give it, from the repetition, from the attention. Even in science, mistaken ideas can hold back progress. A wrong assumption can last decades before someone dares to question it. Lies are sticky because they often hide a truth beneath them. The lie may be false, but the feeling it covers is real, and that feeling needs to be seen. You do not break the gravity of a lie by fighting it. You break it by understanding why it took hold in the first place. What did it protect you from? What fear did it cover? What need did it serve? Once you see that, the pull begins to fade. The orbit weakens. You are no longer circling something hollow. The truth is not always louder. It is just steadier. And when you anchor yourself in it, the lies cannot hold you. They will drift, like dust losing their center. And you will find that the force that once pulled you down has no mass at all. The collapse of realness. What makes something real? Is it because you see it, or because others agree that it exists? Reality is something you rarely question. You wake up, you touch the floor, you feel the air. But deeper down, there is a strange truth. Realness is not as stable as it seems. In quantum physics, something becomes definite only when it interacts with something else. Before that, it is a set of probabilities, a cloud of maybes. Reality, in a sense, collapses into being. This is not just a scientific idea, it is a lived one. How real is a memory? How real is a dream that changed your life? How real is the version of you someone else sees? There's a kind of realness that fades the moment you look away, and another that grows stronger with belief. You have lived through moments that felt more real than others, not because they were more factual, but because they mattered more. Realness is tied to meaning, and meaning is subjective. This is the collapse of realness. The recognition that what you thought was fixed is actually fluid, that the world reshapes itself in response to your attention, your choices, your stories. This does not mean nothing is real. It means that reality is participatory. You do not just live in it, you help build it. Your thoughts, your emotions, your interpretations, they are not decorations. They are part of the architecture. So be careful what you repeat, what you reinforce, what you treat as unchangeable, because even the solid ground may have grown from an idea. And if it can be shaped once, it can be shaped again. Realness is not a wall. It is a wave, and you are not its prisoner. You are its shaper. The phantom of thermodynamics. Why does order always seem to fall apart, no matter how hard you try to keep it together? You clean your room, organize your files, find clarity in your mind, and then slowly, the mess returns. The system drifts. Things fall out of place. It is not your fault. It is not carelessness. It is nature. The second law of thermodynamics says that entropy always increases, that systems tend toward disorder, that energy spreads out, that heat escapes. This law is not just about engines or stars. It is about life, about how everything you eventually begins to decay. But there is something eerie about this, something that feels like a phantom, a presence always working in the background, undoing your effort. You make plans. They change. You form habits. They slip. You grow close to someone. They drift. It is not sabotage. It is entropy. But what if this phantom is not an enemy? What if it is part of what makes growth possible? Without entropy, nothing would change. The universe would be frozen, static, lifeless. Entropy is what allows transformation. It clears the old to make space for the new. You do not fight it by resisting. You work with it by adapting, by letting go of perfection, by seeing beauty in the temporary. The phantom of thermodynamics is not here to break you. It is here to remind you that nothing lasts, and that is what gives it meaning. You are not failing when things fall apart. You are participating in the natural rhythm of existence. And within that rhythm, you are free to rebuild, reshape, and rise again. Not despite the phantom, but because of it. The vacuum that murmurs. You are in a room sealed from sound, from air, from light. A vacuum. You expect silence. You expect nothing. But in that stillness, there is something else, a sensation. Not a noise you can hear, but something you feel. It is not loud. It is not sharp. It is soft and persistent, like a whisper across your skin. You stop moving. You try to focus. And then you know, the vacuum is not silent. It is murmuring. We often think of a vacuum as the absence of everything. No particles, no waves, no presence. But that is only how it appears to us. At the quantum level, space is never truly empty. Even when stripped of every particle we can see, it still seethes with hidden activity. Virtual particles come into being and vanish. Fields fluctuate. Energy pulses for reasons no eye can observe. The vacuum that murmurs is this invisible restlessness. Not a flaw in space, but its nature. This background hum is not chaotic. It has patterns. It has rhythms. These are the fluctuations that shape the birth of particles, that influence forces, that guide the universe from the shadows. Now think about the silence in your own life, when everything goes quiet, when you are alone with yourself. You may believe you are resting in stillness, but under that calm surface, your thoughts move. Emotions shift. Memories drift like forgotten stars. The space inside you is not empty. It is murmuring. It is alive. Most people try to escape silence. They fill it with sound, with screens, with motion. But there is something sacred in learning to sit with the murmur, to hear it, to feel its texture. In that murmur, there are truths. Messages from the deep part of you that only speaks when the noise stops. The vacuum that murmurs is not void. It is potential. It holds the blueprint for everything that could emerge, and so do you. Inside you, beneath the surface, there is motion, not loud, not clear, but steady. Trust that hum. It is the echo of creation itself, the singularity of a choice. There comes a moment when everything narrows. All the thoughts, doubts, and what-ifs collapse into a single point. You know the moment. It sits heavy in your chest. You can go left or right. You can speak or stay silent. You can hold on or let go. It is a choice, but it does not feel small. It feels like a turning point in your timeline, as if the entire future is holding its breath, waiting for you to move. In physics, a singularity is a place where rules break down, where space and time lose meaning. Inside a black hole, everything collapses into a point of infinite density, no direction, no measurement. Just a core a moment that holds everything. Choices can feel the same. You think you are choosing between two actions, but the weight is deeper. A singularity of a choice is when the entire structure of who you are bends around the decision. After that point, nothing remains the same. Not because the world changes, but because you do. These choices often come quietly, not with flashing signs, but with soft urgency. Should you forgive? Should you try again? Should you leave? Should you tell the truth? These are the singularities, the moments where your future self is forged. You will feel pressure. You will feel fear. That is natural. The gravity of a singularity pulls at everything. It stretches your identity. It distorts your sense of direction. But on the other side of that moment, a new path opens, one that could never exist without that choice. Sometimes you will not know what the right choice is. That is part of the design. Singularity moments are not about right or wrong. They are about alignment, about becoming the person who is willing to choose, willing to carry the consequences, willing to grow. Trust the gravity of these moments. Trust that they are not trying to crush you. They are offering you a doorway. And though the doorway is narrow, what lies beyond it is vast. The echo before the sound. You are walking through an old hallway. You feel a shift in the air, a slight change in the space around you. Then, before any sound reaches your ears, you sense something, a presence, a pressure. And then the sound follows, a voice, a footstep, a creak. But you already knew. Somehow, the echo arrived before the sound itself. In life, we think of echoes as things that follow, but some echoes come before. They are not from sound, they are from emotion, from energy, from intuition. You feel something coming before it shows up, a shift in a relationship, a change in your body, a truth you cannot yet name. You are not reacting, you are receiving. In the universe, time is not as simple as we think. There are theories where cause and effect blur, where information can travel in ways we do not yet understand, where an effect whispers back to its cause, where an outcome casts a shadow into its own beginning. The echo before the sound is like that. It is the sense that reality sometimes reaches backward to prepare you. You get a dream before the event, a feeling before the moment, a knowing before the question. You might dismiss it, you might doubt it, but when you listen, when you learn to trust the subtle shift, something opens. You are no longer surprised by life. You are in rhythm with it. You are not just hearing what happens. You are in tune with what is about to happen. This is not magic. It is presence. Deep presence allows you to feel what most miss. The pre-echo, the early ripple, the signal that something has already begun, even if no sound has yet reached the surface. Learn to sit in the quiet and listen not just for what has happened, but for what is stirring. The echo before the sound is soft, but it is true. It is the soul's way of preparing for transformation. The reality splitter. You come to a crossroads. One path leads to safety, the other to risk. You stand still, knowing that once you choose, everything changes. You make the choice. You walk forward. But something strange lingers. You feel a shadow beside you, not a person. A version of you who took the other path. You cannot see them, but you feel their presence. As if reality split, and now both versions of you walk in parallel. There is a theory in quantum mechanics called the many worlds interpretation. It suggests that every time a quantum decision occurs, reality branches. Every possibility happens in a separate timeline. This means that every choice you make is not the end of other options. It is the beginning of multiple realities. The reality splitter is not a device. It is every moment you decide. It is the silent fork where one version of you says yes and another says no. You may never know what became of those other versions. But sometimes, in dreams or in quiet reflections, you feel them. You feel what might have been. This is not a reason for regret. It is a reason for awe. You are not limited to one life. You are living one of many. You are the author of this version, but there are echoes of the others in your mind. When you feel lost, when you doubt your path, do not think of it as a mistake. Think of it as one line among infinite lines. You are not trapped. You are choosing. And each choice is an act of creation. The reality splitter also invites you to take responsibility, to understand that what you choose does not only affect you, it echoes into the structure of what is. It carves out a version of the universe that only exists because you lived it. You are not just a traveler, you are a splitter, a creator of timelines. And every decision you make is sacred. The dimension folded in thought. You are thinking deeply, and suddenly the world feels different. The space around you seems to contract, not smaller, just closer. The edges of your awareness bend. You are not dreaming. You are awake, but your thoughts are wrapping around something larger. You feel like you are touching a shape your mind cannot draw. You are not in another place, but something is folded inside you. In mathematics and physics, there are theories of extra dimensions, not just the three we move through, but hidden dimensions curled up, unseen. These dimensions are not fantasy. They are part of models that explain forces, particles, and the very shape of the universe. But what if some dimensions do not live in space? What if they live in thought? You feel them when you meditate, when you lose yourself in a poem, when you sit with someone you love and no words are needed. Thought is not flat. It bends, it folds, it creates structures no eye can see. The dimension folded in thought is not linear. You do not move through it, you awaken to it. And once you feel it, you understand that your mind is not a box. It is a field. It stretches beyond logic, beyond time. You access this dimension in stillness, in deep emotion, in creativity. It is the space where insights appear without reason, where you feel connected to something you cannot name. You are not escaping reality. You are folding into it. This folded dimension is not a trick. It is not imagination. It is the mind reaching into the roots of what is. And when you return from it, you are never quite the same. You speak more gently. You listen more closely. You carry a quiet that others can feel. Thought is not just a mirror. It is a doorway. And some thoughts do not lead to answers. They lead to depth, to layers within layers, to a sense that your mind is not thinking alone. It is part of something wider, something old. The dimension folded in thought does not ask you to understand it, only to enter it, to let it reshape the way you see, to let it remind you that reality is not limited to what is seen. It includes what is felt, what is known in silence, what lives where language breaks, the frame that measures you. What if the thing you are using to measure yourself is the very thing distorting your truth? You look into a mirror and see your reflection, but what you are seeing is not you. It is a version of you shaped by glass, by light, by angle. Now stretch that idea beyond mirrors. Think of how often you measure your worth, your success, your progress. You use grades, salaries, likes, titles, milestones. But have you ever stopped to question the frame? The tool you use to measure may not be neutral. It may shape the very thing it claims to reflect. In physics, the frame of reference determines how motion is understood. A person standing still on a train platform sees the train moving, but a person on the train sees the platform moving. Both are correct, but their frame changes everything. Now look at your own life. When you feel behind, when you feel small, when you feel too much or not enough, ask yourself this: according to what frame? According to whose lens? The frame that measures you is often inherited from family, from culture, from history. You were taught what matters and how to count it, but no one told you that you could question the frame. A fish does not know it is in water until it feels air. You do not know you are in a frame until it cracks, until you meet someone who sees you differently, until you step outside your usual environment and realize your value does not shift with the numbers. The most dangerous frames are the silent ones, the ones you never even noticed were placed around you. They tell you what a good life looks like, what success should feel like, what love is supposed to resemble. But when you measure yourself by these borrowed frames, you shrink, you distort, you lose the outline of who you truly are. To find truth, you must examine the frame, and sometimes you must break it. You are not the reflection. You are not the result. You are the one who exists before measurement, before counting, before comparison. There is a kind of knowing that does not need numbers, a kind of growth that cannot be charted, a kind of value that defies framing. And when you stop holding yourself against something external, you begin to feel it, not as a thought, but as a quiet knowing in your bones. You were never meant to fit. You were meant to expand beyond the frame, the silence that accelerates. Why do some of your deepest shifts happen not in chaos, but in the stillness between moments? There is a strange illusion in life that tells us speed is always loud, that progress must roar, that transformation demands noise, drama, movement, but some of the most powerful shifts happen in silence. Think of the seed in the soil. Nothing appears to change, but something is forming, unseen, unheard, real. In physics, acceleration can happen even when you do not feel it. In a vacuum without friction, things move faster and faster with no sound at all. Now think about your mind. There are times when thoughts race, but nothing shifts. And then there are times when you fall into silence and emerge different. This is the silence that accelerates. Not the absence of thought, but the presence of space. A pause deep enough to reshape you. You may fear silence. It can feel empty, but it is not. It is a chamber where echoes settle and meanings form. In meditation, in grief, in awe, silence comes. And in it, something moves, something subtle, but undeniable. We are conditioned to prove growth by speaking about it, by showing it. But sometimes, the most honest growth is invisible. You do not need to explain what is changing inside you. You only need to stay present long enough to feel it unfold. The silence that accelerates does not rush. It expands. It clears the noise. It opens space for something deeper to emerge. You are not behind when you are quiet. You are not lost when you are still. Stillness is not the opposite of motion. It is where the next motion begins. And once you trust that silence is not empty, you stop fearing it. You let it fill you, not with answers, but with readiness. The particle that doesn't want to be. Can something exist, yet resist being known? In quantum theory, there are particles that seem to hide. They flicker in and out of presence. They exist, but not in the way we understand things to exist. You try to measure them, and they vanish. You leave them alone, and they exist again. Now ask yourself, have you ever felt like that? Real, but distant. Present, but ungraspable. A part of you that resists being seen. There is a tension in being. To be means to be noticed, defined, measured. But not all parts of you want that. There is a piece of you that wants to be free from the weight of labels, a particle of your being that resists exposure, not because it is weak, but because it understands something deeper. To exist fully in someone's gaze can feel like losing shape. To be named can feel like being trapped. The particle that does not want to be is not in denial. It is in defense of freedom, of possibility. It hides in dreams, in quiet hesitations. In the part of you that wants to run from being understood too quickly, sometimes the effort to define yourself becomes the very thing that limits you. You are not a fixed thing. You are a cloud of becoming. You exist best when you are not forced into one form. Like the particle, you are not refusing life. You are protecting the mystery. And that mystery is not a problem. It is a truth. You do not need to resolve every part of yourself. You only need to honor what refuses to be reduced. That particle inside you that disappears when pressed is not lost. It is the part of you that dreams without edges. Let it be. Let it flicker. Let it move unseen. That is still being. That is still real. The tunnel with no entry. Have you ever felt drawn towards something with no clear way in? You see a path, a possibility, a version of yourself waiting on the other side. But every time you try to enter, there is nothing, no door, no key, just a pull. This is the tunnel with no entry, a direction you feel without knowing how to follow. In physics, tunneling describes a phenomenon where a particle passes through a barrier it should not be able to cross. It does not climb over. It does not go around. It simply appears on the other side. This should be impossible, but it happens, not with force, but with permission from the uncertainty beneath all things. In your life, there are moments when you try to break through something, a block, a fear, a pattern. You try logic, you try effort, but nothing works. And then something quiet happens. You stop trying. You release. You forget. And suddenly, you are through. Not by pushing, but by shifting. The tunnel with no entry cannot be entered in the usual way. It asks for surrender, for trust in the unseen. It is not about escaping logic. It is about moving through the space where logic softens. Sometimes, what you want is not found by chasing. It is found by loosening your grip. You are not failing because you cannot find the door. You are being invited to a different kind of movement, the kind that happens beneath effort. Let the path reveal itself without demand, and you may find yourself already inside. The curvature of belief. What if your beliefs are not flat truths but curved mirrors that shape everything you see? You believe the sun will rise. You believe your name is yours. You believe in love, in rules, in stories. But belief is not passive. It bends the space of your mind. In general relativity, mass curves space. The heavier something is, the more it pulls everything around it. Belief works the same way. A strong belief pulls attention, memory, interpretation. It bends the light of your experience. You think you are seeing things clearly, but you are seeing them through the curvature of belief. This is not a flaw. It is how consciousness works. You need frameworks to function. But when a belief grows too heavy, it can warp the truth. You may believe you are not worthy, that people always leave, that life must be hard. And suddenly, the world reshapes itself around that bend. But belief can also open space. It can lighten the field. It can guide you toward things your eyes alone would miss. A belief is not just a thought, it is a lens. The question is not whether you have beliefs. It is whether they are holding you or holding you back. Beliefs can be inherited, assumed, unquestioned. But they can also be chosen. You do not need to flatten the curve. You only need to understand its shape. Once you see how a belief bends your world, you can choose to stand on a different angle. To believe differently is not delusion. It is redirection. You are not stuck with the lens you were given. You can reshape the curve. And in doing so, the world bends with you. The spin that becomes you. You sit still, but something deep within you continues to move. It is not your heartbeat, not your breath. It is something more subtle, a rotation you cannot see, a spin that does not stop. It is ancient and silent, but constant. You do not feel it directly, but you sense its presence in every decision, every emotion, every piece of thought. It has always been with you. You were born into it. You carry it, without knowing, the spin that becomes you. In the world of quantum mechanics, Every fundamental particle carries a property called spin. But spin does not mean spinning like a top. It is not physical rotation. It is a quantum feature that gives the particle identity, like its own rhythm. Electrons spin, protons spin, neutrons spin. Even if you strip away every other trait, spin remains. It is the fingerprint of a particle's essence. Now bring that idea into your inner world. Maybe each of us carries our own kind of spin, a pattern that shapes how we feel, how we react, how we grow. Maybe this spin is not just science. Maybe it is the pulse of our consciousness. Not always seen, not always understood, but always there. You change throughout your life. You move, learn, forget, remember. But through it all, there is something that feels like it does not shift. A core, a presence. That might be your spin. It is not something you need to find. It is something you already are. There are moments when you feel disconnected, like your thoughts are scattered, like your life is out of rhythm. That is when the spin feels distant, but it is still moving, still guiding. All you need to do is return. Sit with yourself. Feel the pull of your own rhythm. It will bring you back. The spin that becomes you is not a burden. It is not a rule. It is a quiet promise that no matter how far you go, there is a center in you that is unshakable. Not because it never changes, but because it holds the story of every change you have ever lived. The constant that escaped. You grow up believing in constants, rules that do not bend, facts that do not fail, the speed of light, the pull of gravity, the warmth of a voice that feels like home. These constants ground you. They tell you that the world makes sense, that things stay where they belong. But then, one day, something shifts. A constant disappears. It escapes. And the world no longer fits together the way it did. In science, we rely on constants, values that define how particles move, how energy behaves, how the universe expands. But what if one of those constants changed? Just slightly. Just enough. The consequences would ripple across everything. Stars would behave differently. Atoms would shift. Life would not unfold the same way. Now bring that fear into your human story. The constant that escapes might not be a number. It might be a person, a belief, a role you played for so long that you forgot it could end. And when it does, you feel weightless, lost. You do not know how to measure anything anymore. This is what it means to grow. To realize that not all anchors stay anchored, that even the truths you depended on might evolve. This is not betrayal. It is movement. Even the universe is expanding. The constants of yesterday are the questions of tomorrow. But this does not leave you empty, because the moment one constant escapes, another emerges. Not as a replacement, but as a continuation. Your new center may feel unfamiliar, but it is still a center. Still a place to begin again. The constant that escaped did not abandon you. It simply grew beyond its old form. And so must you. You are not defined by what stays the same. You are defined by how you rise when the ground beneath you shifts. The invisible wall. You are walking freely, your eyes fixed on something ahead. A goal, a hope, a vision. It is right there, only steps away. But when you move forward, something stops you. You feel it before you see it. Your body flinches. Your breath catches. There is no obstacle in front of you, no barrier you can name, but something is in your way. You press against the air, and it does not let you through. This is the invisible wall. You might try to tell yourself, it is nothing. Just fear. Just hesitation. But the wall is real, not made of matter, but of belief. Built from experiences you never fully processed. From failures you tried to forget. From doubts that live quietly inside you. This wall has no bricks, no height, but it has weight, and it shapes the path you take. In physics, boundaries can exist without material. Fields can repel without contact. Forces can shape motion without ever touching. The invisible wall works the same way. It holds you without holding you. You can live years without ever seeing it. You just learn to turn away at certain moments. You convince yourself that what you want is too far, that you are not ready, that others are braver, stronger, more worthy. But deep down, part of you knows there is a wall, and it is time to name it. Naming it does not mean breaking it. Not yet. It means sitting beside it, asking where it came from, listening to what it says when you get close. The wall is not trying to punish you. It is trying to protect you from pain, from change, from risk. But that protection has become a prison. And once you see it for what it is, you are no longer trapped. You can press gently. You can breathe through it. You can remind yourself that the wall was never the end. It was just a question you had not answered yet. The invisible wall will not vanish all at once. But every time you reach out instead of retreat, it thins. Every time you choose presence over fear, it softens. One day, without force, you will walk through it, and you will not remember how it ever held you back. The mask created by observation, there is something in front of you. It looks light, fragile, almost not there. You barely notice it until you stop, until you look, and suddenly it changes. It becomes dense, real. It takes up space in your awareness. It feels heavy, like it matters now. But it did not feel that way before. It is the same thing. But your attention has changed it. You have given it mass. In quantum theory, particles can exist in a state of uncertainty. They are not here or there, not solid or absent, but when you observe them, they choose, they become. Your act of looking gives them definition. It gives them form. Mass created by observation is not just a concept in science. It is something you live every day. Thoughts become louder when you think them often. Memories become heavier when you revisit them. Emotions gain weight when you speak them aloud. Your attention does not just reflect your world, it shapes it. This is power, but it is also responsibility. What you focus on expands, what you ignore fades. If you constantly look at fear, it will grow. If you turn your gaze toward hope, it will take root. You are not creating these things out of nothing. You are giving them gravity. Your relationships, your dreams, your pain, all become more real when you hold them in your awareness. They start to take up more space in your identity. This is why some wounds feel so sharp, because they are not just events. They are stories you have looked at again and again until they became part of your structure. But this also means you can change the weight of things. By shifting what you observe, you can shift what becomes real. You are not ignoring the truth. You are choosing which truths to grow. The mask created by observation reminds you that your awareness is a sculptor. Every thought you give attention becomes more solid. Every moment you witness becomes part of your world. And you always have the choice to look again and to see something new. The collapse that hears you. You are alone in a quiet space. You whisper something, not loud, not even a full sentence, just a thought, a feeling, a question you are not sure how to ask. You expect nothing in return. But something stirs. The air feels different. A shift, subtle but undeniable. It feels as if the space around you has heard you, as if reality itself paused for a moment to listen. In quantum experiments, particles exist in a blur of probabilities. They are in multiple states, paths, outcomes, all at once. But when you observe them, they collapse into one position, one reality. This is called wave function collapse. It is the universe choosing. The collapse that hears you is the moment your presence matters, not because you control the world, but because your awareness shapes it. You do not need to scream. You do not need to prove. You only need to be present, to feel, to witness, and the world responds. There is something deeply human about this. You carry possibilities within you, versions of yourself you have not lived yet, but they are all there, waiting. And when you choose, when you speak, when you step forward, one version collapses into being, the others fade, not as punishment, as transformation. This is why choices feel so heavy, not because they are complicated, but because they carry echoes of what might have been. When you say yes, you are saying no to every other path, and that feels like loss, but it is also creation. The collapse that hears you is not only about the outer world, it is about your inner self. Every time you name your feeling, it becomes real. Every time you speak your truth, you give it form. The universe does not need you to be perfect. It needs you to be honest. When you feel unseen, unheard, unloved, remember that reality is still listening. The silence is not empty. It is waiting. Waiting for your presence. Waiting for your decision. Waiting for your voice. You are not small. You are the point where infinite possibilities become one. And that moment, that collapse is not a mistake. It is a choice, a conversation, a sacred response. The entanglement that breaks logic. What if two things could be connected so deeply that they responded to each other instantly, even if they were on opposite sides of the universe? And what if this connection did not follow any logical path, any visible thread, any clear reason? In quantum physics, there is something called entanglement. When two particles become entangled, they are no longer independent. Measure one, and the other instantly responds, no matter the distance. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance because it defied everything he believed about space and time. Now move beyond the particles. Think of the people you cannot forget, the emotions that rise for no reason. The way a thought of someone far away sometimes arrives with the same intensity as if they were standing beside you. There is a kind of connection that does not care about distance, that does not ask permission, that does not wait for explanation. This is the entanglement that breaks logic. It is not a metaphor. It is something that ripples through your memories, your choices, your dreams. You meet someone and feel like you have known them forever. You avoid a path without knowing why. You are told to trust logic. That reason should guide you. But some of the most important shifts in your life happen without reason. They happen through feeling, through silence, through a pull you cannot describe. These connections exist outside proof, but they leave traces. You are not just a mind or a body. You are a field of experiences, and sometimes that field overlaps with another in ways you cannot measure. Entanglement is not about being chained. It is about being part of a shared rhythm, a rhythm that began long before words, long before form. When something inside you changes because of something far away, you are witnessing this rhythm, not with your eyes, but with your being. Logic cannot explain everything. Sometimes it must step aside for awareness. And when you stop demanding proof and start listening to the feeling, you realize you are not isolated. You are part of something woven, not just across space, but across time. The connection is real, even if it makes no sense. The frame you cannot step out of. What if everything you thought, felt, or believed was happening inside a frame you could never leave, even if you wanted to? Frames define reality. A painting without a frame bleeds into the wall. A thought without a frame turns into chaos. We all live inside frames. Family, culture, language, memory. These are the edges that shape how we see. But the most powerful frame is the one we do not see at all. In physics, when you measure something, the result depends on your frame of reference. Time moves differently for someone near a black hole than it does for someone floating in space. Now apply this to consciousness, to your sense of self. You may believe you are seeing things clearly, but every thought you have is filtered through the frame of your mind, your upbringing, your past, your expectations. You try to grow, to change, to think differently. But how can you step outside the very thing that creates your thinking? This is the frame you cannot step out of, not because you are weak, but because the frame is part of what makes you you. Even your efforts to question the frame happen inside it. Even your rebellion is shaped by what you are rebelling against. This can feel like a trap, a loop, but it is also a key. Because once you become aware of the frame, you begin to move within it differently. You do not need to escape it. You only need to stretch it, to soften its edges, to let in light. Awareness is not about breaking free. It is about dancing at the edge, touching the boundary, asking better questions. You cannot leave the frame, but you can change its shape. And sometimes that is enough. The law that lies. What if the rules you live by are not truths, but agreements? And what if some of those agreements were never real to begin with? You grow up learning laws. Gravity pulls, fire burns. If you work hard, you succeed. If you are kind, you are loved. But some of these are not laws. They are stories told with the weight of law. A real law, in physics, always holds. But human laws, mental laws, emotional rules, these are often full of exceptions. Still, you follow them. You obey. Because they were spoken with certainty, passed down as fact. But what happens when one of these laws fails you? When you do everything right, and things still fall apart? There is a silence in that moment, a kind of breaking, a confusion. And then, if you listen closely, a voice inside you says, maybe that law was never real. The law that lies is not always malicious. It is sometimes meant to protect. It gives order. It offers comfort. But in doing so, it can also limit. You may live your life trying to follow laws that were never meant for you, rules that do not apply, expectations that choke your spirit. You are not wrong for questioning them. You are not ungrateful for refusing them. Growth begins when you stop asking what is allowed and start asking what is true. Truth is not always a law. It does not need force. It reveals itself in quiet, in resonance, in clarity. You can live by laws, but make sure they are your own. Ones that serve you, that reflect you, that grow with you. Because a law that lies will always keep you small. But the truth, even when uncertain, will always set you in motion. The field that thinks. Is your mind truly yours? Or are your thoughts rising from something larger than you? We are told that thinking happens inside the brain, that neurons fire, and thoughts appear. But some philosophers, and even some scientists, suggest something more strange. That consciousness might not be in the brain, but in a field. Like gravity, like magnetism, a field that surrounds and includes you. That holds potential, that thinks through you. In quantum field theory, particles are not standalone things. They are excitations in a field, a ripple in space. What if your thoughts are the same? What if you are not the source, but the receiver? This is the field that thinks. It does not belong to one person. It is not stored in one place. It moves through presence, through focus, through openness. When you feel a sudden idea, when you finish someone's sentence, when you dream something and later live it, maybe that is the field moving. You are not isolated. You are connected. And this changes everything. It means you are not alone in your mind, not in a frightening way, but in a way that suggests that thought is communal, that wisdom is shared. You do not have to force ideas. You can tune into them, like a radio, like a signal already in the air. And when you stop trying to control every thought and start listening instead, the field begins to speak, not with noise, but with insight, with flow. Let the field think. Let it move through you. And know that the mind you call your own is part of something far wider than you ever imagined. The particle that heard your thought. What if the universe is not just passively unfolding, but actually responding to your awareness? In certain quantum experiments, particles behave differently depending on whether they are being observed. But what if it is not just observation? What if it is attention? Intention? Thought? This is where science begins to blur with experience, where physics meets mystery. You have had moments when your thoughts felt powerful. You think of someone, and they call. You fear something, and it happens. You hope quietly, and life seems to listen. You tell yourself, it is coincidence. But some part of you wonders. This is the particle that heard your thought. Not because it has ears, not because it understands language, but because thought itself might be a form of interaction. Not forceful, not loud, but real. You are not separate from the particles. You are made of them. You are woven from the same field. So when you think, when you focus, when you feel deeply, maybe the boundary between you and the world softens. Maybe your thought touches the field, the pattern, the wave, not as magic, but as participation. You are not watching the universe from a distance. You are inside it. And every thought sends a ripple. Not every ripple changes everything, but every ripple is heard. So, think carefully, not fearfully, but with care. Because the particle that heard your thought may not answer like a voice. It may answer as a path, as a pause, as a presence. And when it does, you will know. Not because the world changed, but because something inside you suddenly aligned with it. The equation that predicted regret. There is a number in your future. You do not know what it is. You cannot see it or feel it, but one day you will arrive at it. And when you do, it will explain something you have carried for years. A decision you made, a path you followed, a silence you kept. This number is not about distance or money or time. It is about the weight of a moment you thought was over, but it never left. It folded into your future, and now it waits for you, like an answer in an equation you did not know you were solving. In mathematics, an equation is a balance, a relationship between parts. You change one side, the other shifts. In the universe, this structure is everywhere. From gravity to light, everything obeys patterns. But what if those patterns could predict something deeper? Not just motion or mass, but emotion, regret. What if there was an equation that, with enough precision, could tell you when and how you would feel the weight of your own choices? It might seem impossible, but there is truth in the idea. Regret follows patterns. You delay what matters, and time punishes you. You speak without care, and silence answers later. You stay safe when you should have risked, and the emptiness grows louder with age. These are not random. These are calculations, carried out over days, years, entire lifetimes. The equation that predicted regret does not live in a textbook. It lives in your breath when you hesitate, in your chest when you look back. It is not made of numbers. It is made of waiting. And when it reaches its solution, it does not announce itself. It simply arrives, in the middle of a conversation, at the edge of a memory, while looking at a version of yourself that you know you abandoned. But this equation is not cruel. It is honest. It reveals where your truth was ignored, where you wanted to choose differently, and it gives you a map, a reminder that next time you still have a say. Some regrets are echoes, others are lessons. The difference is whether you listen, whether you look at the parts of the equation you once ignored and decide to solve it differently now. The equation that predicted regret is not a sentence. It is a mirror. It waits quietly, knowing that the most powerful realization comes not when someone tells you what you missed, but when you see it for yourself. And when you do, you are not trapped. You are ready to subtract what no longer serves, to add the courage you once lacked, and to rewrite the balance of your future. The light that was never born. There is a room that never saw light, not because it is dark, but because the light never began. It is not a matter of power or absence. It is a state of still potential, a glow that almost happened, a brightness that nearly existed, but something stopped it. Or maybe it simply waited too long. The light that was never born is not failure. It is delay stretched until disappearance. In physics, light is a wave, a photon, a carrier of energy and information. But for light to be, something must emit it. A spark, a release, a transition. Until then, the photon remains unborn. The possibility of illumination rests in silence. Now think of how many lights you carry within you. Ideas, words, expressions, dreams. Not all of them shine, not because they are weak, but because they never took form. They lived inside you, waiting for the right moment. And then time passed. The silence remained. The light stayed unborn. You may think of them often. That story you never told. That truth you never lived. That apology you never gave. They linger like ghosts of brilliance, not haunting you, but reminding you of the things you almost became. But what keeps light from being born? Fear, doubt, perfectionism, the belief that now is not the time, that you need more clarity, more readiness. But light does not wait for conditions to be perfect. It appears the moment it is free to leave. And this is the truth most people carry quietly, that their deepest regrets are not about what happened, but about what almost did, what sat inside them and never saw the world. The light that was never born is still with you. It is not gone. It is paused, hidden. Its glow waits for your permission, and once you let it out, even in a whisper, it changes everything. Because even the smallest light, once allowed to exist, refuses to be forgotten. The mirror made of time. You look into a mirror and expect to see your reflection. But what if the mirror is not glass? What if it is time itself? And instead of showing who you are now, it shows who you were, or who you will be, or who you could have been if something had changed. You stare into it and feel something strange, a mix of recognition and distance. This is you, but not the one you woke up as. The mirror made of time does not reflect appearance. It reflects moments. Time holds memories, but not as flat stories. It wraps them around your identity. It creates echoes. You are not just made of the present. You are made of layers. You are still the child who was scared, still the teenager who hoped, still the adult who doubted. These versions do not vanish. They press against the surface of who you are. The mirror made of time reveals these layers, sometimes when you hear a certain song, or walk through a familiar street, or find yourself saying something you thought you forgot. The past returns, not to hurt you, but to remind you that you are not one single version of yourself. And time does not only look backward, it also shows you futures, not as prophecy, but as shape, a sense of where your current path leads. You may look at yourself and feel out of place. That is not failure. That is your future self reaching back through the mirror, asking you to align, to return to a direction that feels more like home. But the mirror made of time is not always kind. It reflects the choices you avoid, the people you lost, the words you never said. You cannot change those, but you can learn from them. The mirror is not punishment. It is clarity. Look carefully. Not with judgment, but with curiosity. See who you were, who you are becoming. They are not strangers. They are pieces of the same whole. The mirror made of time shows you how far you have come, and how close you still are to everything you thought was gone. You are not behind. You are unfolding. The force that questions you. You move through life believing in gravity, in cause and effect, in push and pull. You believe that when you act, the world responds, that when you speak, things shift. But what if there is a force that does not wait for you to act? A force that questions you before you move. A presence that meets you not with answers, but with questions. You step into it, and it does not push you back. It makes you ask, why are you stepping? This force is not made of mass or energy. It is not a physical pressure. It is a tension in awareness. A subtle current that interrupts habit. It appears when you are about to repeat a mistake, or when you feel drawn to something that feels safe but untrue. It does not stop you. It asks you, and the asking itself changes you. You know this force. You have felt it. When you hesitate before saying something cruel, when you reconsider a plan that no longer feels right, when you catch yourself trying to be someone you are not, that moment of pause, that is the force that questions you. In science, forces create motion. They shape trajectories. But not all forces are external. Some arise from within, from the conflict between who you are and who you are trying to be, from the friction between comfort and growth. The force that questions you is quiet. It does not shout, but its presence is undeniable. You can ignore it, but the questions remain, growing louder in your silence. Why are you choosing this? Who are you trying to become? What are you avoiding? What are you hiding? These are not attacks. They are openings. And when you let the questions in, you find your own answers. This force does not want to control you. It wants to awaken you, to remind you that you are not just reacting. You are responding. And the difference between those two is where your freedom lives. Let the force question you, not to make you doubt yourself, but to help you become the self you were always meant to meet. The geometry of dreams. What if the shapes in your dreams are not random, but blueprints from somewhere deeper than memory? There is a quiet moment when you wake from a dream and feel its texture still clinging to you. Not the story, not the characters, but the space, the arrangement, the way the hallway curved or the way the sky folded in on itself. Something about it feels strangely precise, like it was built on purpose. Dreams often seem chaotic, surreal, fragmented, but beneath their strange visuals, there is often structure. Rooms connect in impossible ways. Objects repeat with a logic that makes no sense to the waking mind, but feels deeply natural while dreaming. Some philosophers and physicists have wondered if there is a geometry beneath awareness, a kind of language that is not made of words, but of form, of direction, of dimension. In sacred geometry, ancient cultures believed that certain shapes and patterns are not just beautiful, but fundamental to existence. Spirals, hexagons, fractals. These forms appear in galaxies, in flowers, in cells. They repeat across scale and time. What if dreams are not just stories your mind tells while asleep, but spaces your being moves through? Not metaphorical spaces, but structures in some deeper field of consciousness. And what if those spaces are shaped by geometry? Not the geometry of rulers and angles, but the kind you feel. A pull to turn left, a sense that something is behind the wall, a staircase that never ends. Your brain builds a dream in seconds, but the space it builds often feels older than you, like a memory from somewhere before your memories began. Maybe dreams are not trying to confuse you. Maybe they are reminding you that reality is not only what can be touched, that space can exist inside silence, that structure can form from intention alone. In a dream, a door can float, a room can rotate, a hallway can shrink and expand without breaking any rules, because dreams follow a different geometry, one that bends meaning into form, one that lets emotion shape distance. You are not lost when you dream. You are navigating a landscape that does not follow the laws of physics but follows something even older. And when you wake up with the feeling that something important happened, even if you cannot name it, that is not failure. That is resonance. The geometry of dreams is not there to be solved. It is there to be walked, felt, remembered. Because maybe part of you still lives in that world, a part that knows its way, even when you do not. The spin you forgot to watch. Have you ever missed something important, not because it was hidden, but because it was moving too quickly to notice? There are forces all around you that you never see, the spin of the earth beneath your feet, the rotation of electrons inside your atoms, the slow turning of thoughts before they become decisions. Spin is everywhere. In physics, it is not just motion, it is identity. A particle's spin tells you how it behaves, what it can do, how it fits in the fabric of the universe. But spin is not always visible. It happens in the background, quietly, reliably, until something shifts, and then everything changes. The spin you forgot to watch is not always in the sky or in the atom. Sometimes it is inside you. A belief slowly tightening, a habit building momentum, a memory spiraling until it becomes a story you live by. You think you are standing still, but you are spinning. Your ideas circle back to the same point. Your emotions loop. Your relationships repeat patterns. And because the spin is familiar, you stop seeing it. You think it is just how things are. But spin, when unobserved, can gain speed. It can pull you into orbits you did not choose. In the quantum world, measuring spin changes the system. Observation is not passive. It shapes the outcome. In your life, too, awareness is power. The moment you notice the spin, you slow it. You begin to choose. Maybe the sadness that returns each winter is a spin you forgot to notice. Maybe the way you always sabotage joy is a cycle still turning. You are not weak for repeating. You are simply caught in emotion that began long ago. But you can watch it now. Not to stop it instantly, but to learn its rhythm. To find the point where you can enter and change the direction. The spin you forgot to watch does not want to trap you. It wants to be seen. Because seeing brings balance, and balance brings freedom. The nothing that pulls you in. Why does emptiness sometimes feel heavier than presence? You walk into a room and feel something missing. Not an object, not a person, just a strange sense that something should be there. There is a kind of silence that speaks louder than sound, a kind of absence that feels magnetic. In physics, the vacuum is not truly empty. What we call nothing is actually full of potential. Virtual particles flicker in and out, forces shift. Fields tremble just enough to create something from what seems like nothing. This is not just a physical truth, it is a psychological one. The nothing that pulls you in is the unspoken word in a conversation, the paused sentence in a letter, the feeling you cannot name. It is the space between chapters of your life where you feel adrift, the moment after letting go but before something new begins. You think nothing is happening, but everything is. Because in that emptiness, your mind starts to move, your body starts to listen, your awareness sharpens. The nothing becomes a mirror, not of what you are doing, but of what you are. Sometimes we fill space too quickly. We rush to fix, to answer, to act. But in doing so, we miss the invitation. Because nothingness is not a lack, it is a pause, a breath. And that breath is sacred. It is where possibility lives, not yet shaped, not yet chosen. The nothing that pulls you in does not want you to be afraid. It wants you to surrender, to feel without grasping. You are not disappearing in that space. You are becoming. And when you emerge, it will not be with more things, but with more clarity. What you thought was empty was simply deep, a depth waiting to hold you, to remind you that you are not just built of moments. You are built of the spaces between them, the atom that thinks it's a wave. You are sitting alone in a quiet room, feeling small but centered. You are one person in one body with one story. You believe you are solid, that you exist in a single space, that your choices, your identity, your memories all point to one direction. But beneath that stillness, there is a whisper, a feeling that maybe you are not just this. Maybe you are also somewhere else, someone else, stretching wider than your reflection shows. Like you are made of more than position, more than clarity, like part of you is moving even when you are still. In quantum mechanics, an atom is not just a point. It behaves both like a particle and a wave. A particle has location. A wave has spread. This duality means that something as small and definite as an atom can exist in many places at once. Until it is measured, it does not settle. It does not choose. It is not one thing. It is possibilities. And though it is not conscious, it behaves like something that cannot quite make up its mind. You think of yourself as a particle, a defined person in space and time. But are you? Or are you more like the atom that thinks it is a wave? You wake up, with thoughts pulling you in many directions. You speak from one place, but your mind is already drifting to another. Your emotions stretch across different moments. Your memory holds on to the past while your fear projects into the future. You are rarely ever only here. That does not mean you are broken. It means you are layered, complex, human, and maybe more quantum than you realize. You are not just where your body is. You are also in the places you remember, in the futures you imagine, in the people you love who are not near you. You are a presence across timelines. And like the atom, you do not collapse into one version of yourself until the world asks you to define it. But the truth is, that collapse never truly captures everything. There is always more of you that remains undefined, not as confusion, as freedom. You are not only the person who made that mistake, or the one who said those words, or lived that moment. You are also the person you are still becoming. The version of you that never fully settles. The part that moves even in stillness. The atom that thinks it is a wave is not wrong. It is both. And so are you. You are solid, but you are also potential. You are here, but you are also wider. And the more you embrace the part of you that resists being reduced to just one thing, the closer you come to understanding your own nature, not in parts, but in possibilities. The past hidden in quarks. You look at your reflection and tell yourself you are only what you remember. You believe your story began when you were born, that your pain started when something happened, that your joy came from things you earned. But there is something older inside you, something smaller than you can see, a layer beneath memory, beneath thought, where the past still breathes, not as words or images, but as particles. Quarks are the tiniest known building blocks of matter. They make up protons and neutrons, the heart of every atom. They are not things you can hold or describe with shape, but they exist in everything, including you. Every cell in your body is built from atoms. Every atom is shaped by these invisible quarks, and yet they are never alone. They are always part of something greater. But what if those quarks hold more than just physical structure? What if they carry memory? Not the kind you recall, but the kind you feel. A memory so old that it came before language, before time. The memory of energy moving, colliding, forming you. You have moments where you feel something ancient rise up inside you, a fear you cannot explain, a longing you cannot name, a sense of loss with no clear source. That is the past hidden in quarks. It is not a story you forgot. It is a truth you never had words for. It is the imprint of every force that shaped your being before you were born. These echoes are not ghosts. They are patterns. They are the way your body remembers when your mind cannot, the way your instinct warns you, the way your intuition guides you. The past lives not just in your thoughts, but in your structure, in the way your cells respond, in the way your breath quickens in certain places, in the quiet choices you make without knowing why. You are not only your visible past, you are also your invisible history, a history that lives in the particles that hold you together, a history that never fully leaves, but gently steers you from underneath. The past hidden in quarks is not meant to trap you. It is there to show you that you are older than your experiences. You are made of stories that were never written, emotions that were never spoken, and strength that was always there. You do not need to remember everything to understand yourself. You only need to listen to the part of you that remembers without words. That past is not your weight. It is your foundation. And it carries more wisdom than you know. The reflection made of gravity. You look at someone you love and feel pulled toward them, not because of what they say, not because of what they do, but because something in you moves when they are near. It is not attraction in the usual sense. It is deeper, quieter, like a mirror that does not show your face, but your gravity. You are pulled without pressure, a reflection without light, a bond that speaks without voice. Gravity's the force that draws mass together. It has no shape, no sound. You cannot see it, but you feel it everywhere. It holds planets in orbit. It guides stars. It curves space. It is not loud. It is not fast. But it never stops. You cannot escape it. And it does not need to touch you to affect you. Now think about the reflections in your life. Not the ones made of mirrors, the ones made of connection. You meet someone, and they show you parts of yourself you had hidden. You listen to a song, and it brings back a version of you that felt lost. You stand in silence, and the world feels different. These are reflections, not of surface, of soul. The reflection made of gravity is not about seeing, it is about sensing. Feeling the pull between who you are and who you are becoming, between your inner truth and the energy around you. It is subtle. But when you pause, you notice it. In the way your body relaxes in some places, in the way your thoughts quiet around certain people, in the way your heart remembers without explanation. These moments matter. They are not accidents. They are reminders that you are not separate from the world. You are part of a field. And everything you feel, everything you notice, everything that moves you is part of that field responding to itself. You are not just looking at others, you are looking at yourself through them. And the reflection made of gravity does not need eyes, it only needs presence. When you show up fully, when you let yourself be real, the world reflects back more than just image. It reflects connection, belonging, meaning. You have always been a mirror, not because you reflect what people want to see, but because you carry gravity, and everything you touch, everything you love, everything you dream about, feels that pull. You are not alone in your orbit, and the reflection you feel is not just something outside you, it is something drawn from you. A truth that only appears when you stop trying to hold it and simply let yourself fall into its pull. The time without sequence. What if time is not a line, but a sea, and you are not walking forward through it, but drifting in and out of its waves? You grow up learning that time moves in a straight line. 1 second follows another. Days become weeks. Childhood becomes memory. But what if this order is only a story your mind tells to keep things simple? What if, beneath that story, time behaves differently? In physics, there are theories that challenge the idea of time being a strict progression. In some interpretations of quantum mechanics, time may not be fundamental. Particles can interact in ways that do not follow a clear before and after. Causes can ripple into their own beginnings. You might think this only matters in science, but you live it too. There are moments when time speeds up, moments when it disappears, and moments when a memory from years ago feels closer than something that happened this morning. The time without sequence is not chaos. It is a deeper kind of order, one that responds not to clocks, but to meaning, to emotion, to attention. Think about how a certain smell can bring back a forgotten afternoon, how a dream can pull you into a feeling from your past, how an old photo can make you cry as if no time has passed at all. In those moments, time is not linear. It is folded, layered, alive. Maybe the parts of you that feel stuck are not behind. Maybe they are just still present in the deeper shape of your time. And maybe healing is not about moving forward, but about meeting those moments where they are. When you stop insisting on sequence, you begin to feel something else, a rhythm, not a line, but a pulse. You are not trapped in a timeline. You are swimming in a field of time. And the places that call to you from the past or future are not illusions. They are echoes. You are allowed to answer them. Time without sequence does not erase logic. It expands it. It reminds you that growth is not always a straight road, that some lessons come in circles, that some moments arrive before they are needed and return when you are ready. You are not late. You are not early. You are arriving again and again in the exact moment you are meant to be. The rule that bent for you. Have you ever felt like something impossible gently shifted just for you, in a way that logic could not explain but your heart could not deny? There are rules to life. We are taught to follow them. Gravity pulls, fire burns, water drowns. You must earn love. You must work hard. You must wait your turn. But sometimes something happens that feels like the rule paused, not broken, not shattered, just bent slightly, like a soft whisper against a steel wall. A door opens that should have been locked. A person forgives you faster than you thought possible. A second chance arrives when everything said it was too late. You do not know how it happened, but it did, and something inside you knows that it was not random. The rule that bent for you is not proof that the world is unfair. It is proof that the world is not finished. Rules are written to hold things together, but sometimes they must flex to let something deeper through. You are not here to live under a script. You are part of the writing. And sometimes life sees you trying, hears you hoping, and something shifts. The timing aligns. The delay becomes a doorway. The rule does not snap. It curves. You do not need to feel guilty for this. You do not need to explain it away. You did not cheat. You were seen. The rule bent because something in you called to it. Maybe it was your faith. Maybe your persistence. Maybe your silence. Rules are strong, but grace is stronger. And the moment you stop believing everything is fixed, you begin to walk differently. Not entitled, but open. You do not expect every rule to bend, but you know it can happen. And that knowing changes the way you wait, the way you ask, the way you love. The rule that bent for you reminds you that the world is alive, and it is listening. The frequency of isolation. Why does silence sometimes feel louder than sound, and loneliness deeper than distance? You are surrounded by people, and yet you feel apart. You sit in a room full of noise, but you hear none of it. You smile, but something inside you remains untouched. Isolation is not always about being alone. It is about being disconnected. In physics, everything vibrates. Every atom hums with frequency. When two frequencies match, they resonate. They amplify each other. But when they do not, the sound is lost. Your mind and your heart have frequencies too. And when the world around you is tuned differently, you do not feel heard. You speak, but it lands flat. You reach out, but the response does not meet you. This is the frequency of isolation. It is not always visible, but it is felt, like a radio that is almost in tune, but not quite. You begin to wonder if something is wrong with you, if you are too much or not enough. But sometimes the only thing wrong is the tuning. You are not broken. You are vibrating at a frequency that needs the right space to echo. And that space may not be loud. It may be one person, one moment, one word. Until then, the silence feels thick, heavy, like air that refuses to move. But even in that stillness, you are not alone. Others feel it too, quietly, secretly, waiting for resonance. Do not rush to fill the space. Let the silence speak. Let the disconnection reveal what matters. Because when resonance comes, it comes deeply. It comes fully. You are not meant to match everything. You are meant to match what moves you. And sometimes, isolation is not punishment. It is preparation for the sound that will one day meet you and say, "Yes, I hear you." The quantum thread of memory. How do you know the past is gone if you can still feel it living inside you? You remember a touch, a voice, a moment that slipped by years ago, but when you close your eyes, it returns. Not as a faded picture, but as a presence. In quantum physics, particles separated by time can still influence each other. Information can be preserved in ways we do not yet understand. Maybe your memories are not just recordings. Maybe they are threads, not fragile lines that break, but invisible currents still tied to you. When you remember, you are not just looking back. You are reaching through something, touching a layer that still holds you. This is the quantum thread of memory. It is not perfect. It shifts. It plays tricks, but it is alive. Your memories shape your choices. They color your emotions. They whisper while you sleep. Some are soft. Others are sharp. But none of them are silent. And even the ones you try to forget still echo. Because memory is not stored in one place. It is in your breath, in your steps, in the way you react before you think. You are not carrying the past like weight. You are woven with it. And maybe some memories are not even fully yours. Maybe they belong to something larger, a collective thread, the faces of your ancestors, the fears of your culture, the hopes of your childhood self, all of it tangled, humming, looping through you. You do not need to cut the thread to move forward. You need to hold it gently, to let it teach without trapping. Because your memory is not just what happened, it is how you grew, and it will grow with you, if you let it. The universe that remembers you. Is it possible that something larger than you is holding your shape, even when you forget it yourself? There are moments when you feel small, when you question your meaning, when the sky feels too wide and the silence too loud. You ask if anyone notices, if your existence matters. But what if the universe is not just a vast empty space, but a kind of mind, a kind of memory? What if it remembers? Not the way humans do, not in sentences and snapshots, but in presence, in feeling. Every breath you take changes the air. Every step leaves a trace in gravity. Every thought adds a note to the song. You are not forgotten. You are imprinted. In the soil, in the sound, in the light. You are not separate from the universe. You are a phrase in its language. And like any language, it does not forget its words. When you laugh, something echoes. When you cry, something bends. The universe remembers not because you are important in a grand way, but because everything it makes becomes part of its shape. You are part of that shape. You are not erased by time. You are held by it. And when you feel lost, it is not because you are missing. It is because you have turned too far inward. Step back. Look up. Listen. The universe that remembers you does not speak in sentences. It speaks in moments. In the way a breeze touches your skin when you need comfort. In the way a stranger smiles at the exact moment your heart is breaking. In the way a song finds you when you need a message. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. You are known. And that knowing is quiet, but it is constant. Even when you forget yourself, something greater holds the shape of who you are. And it always will. And that's it. Hope you're in peace. Just consider subscribing, because sleep matters. Just then, stress scatters and nothing else matters, right? Peace out.